Chapter 325 Beast Tides Night Attack. Chapter 325 Beast Tides Night Attack. Chapter 325 Beast Tides Night Attack. The white-clothed girl had originally intended to travel to White Peak Sect. The White Peak Sect had a very good relationship with the Moon-Seizing Sect. She believed she would be able to take refuge there. However, the yellow-clothed youth didn't want that to happen. Once the white-clothed girl entered White Peak Sect, she would inevitably become a genius of the White Peak Sect. As for him, he would still remain a nobody. When that happened, where would he have another chance to obtain this white-clothed girl? Therefore he had hinted to her that the White Peak Sect would covet their cultivation methods, legacies, inheritances, pills, resources, and had also listed out various possible dangers that could befall her. Finally, his suggestions began to slowly sway the white-clothed girl. In conclusion, the white-clothed girl was only 18 years old. To suddenly suffer such a sudden blow to her psyche, it was inevitable that she would be confused and muddled for a while. So the yellow-clothed youth had flown through the southern wilderness with the white-clothed girl and had finally arrived at Green Mulberry City. He was quite satisfied with the size of Green Mulberry City, and was planning to stay there and enjoy the comfortable environment. Meanwhile, he would take care of the white-clothed girl who needed to be comforted, and finally move on to her, savaging her without a thought. As they say, cooked rice cannot be uncooked. As the white-clothed girl bathed, the yellow-clothed youth listened from outside. He had very good senses, and could clearly hear the splashing sounds of water, and also the sounds of the several maids cleaning up the white-clothed girl. As he heard these sounds, his heart began to itch. He was thinking about just how to find an excuse to stay in her room tonight, when at that moment, a loud alarm began to ring throughout the city. The beast tide had come again. The yellow-clothed youth cussed. The fall of Green Mulberry City didn't have any relation to him. But once the beast tide crashed in, they would reach this place sooner or later. It was pointless staying in the room. Night. The moon was bright and round in the inky sky. Standing above the city walls, one could see a distant dark mass of vicious beasts stampeding over. Most of these vicious beasts were first-level or second-level vicious beasts, with a small number of third-level vicious beasts. There were even more than during the daytime attack. There were probably no less than 100,000. The white-clothed girl had just put on a pure white dress. This was a special dress that Zhu Ping had prepared. It was made from snow silk. It was extremely comfortable and fit well. "I apologize for disturbing your rest," Zhu Ping said as he approached them, all smiles. "I'll only help this one time," the yellow-clothed youth said with a dour expression. He was only borrowing this city to stay for a few days. Helping them out once was already a great gift. One time is enough. Two masters may feel relieved. After several more days pass, reinforcements will arrive. After Zhu Ping froze for a moment, he could only go along with the yellow-clothed youth's words. "That had best be so. I do not wish to be disturbed again." As the yellow-clothed youth spoke, he slowly extracted a long sword from his spatial ring. At this time, he suddenly found Lin Ming not too far away. He laughed and said, "Boy, would you like to have a little race? Let's see who kills more. If you can even kill half of my number, then you win." The yellow-clothed youth's eyes flashed. He had to take advantage of the time when his strength was still above his junior apprentice sister's, and display his strength in order to win her heart. Of course, to demonstrate his combat prowess, he had to have a foil. And Lin Ming just managed to qualify to be this foil. If he was just killing vicious beasts by himself, then that would be meaningless. "Not interested," Lin Ming replied, not even bothering to return a look. He flicked the purple comet spear in his hands and then jumped out of the army compound. The yellow-clothed youth frowned. This kid was just too reckless. Zhu Ping looked at Lin Ming's rushing form and the corners of his mouth curved in a hint of a smile. At this moment, he heard a muffled true essence sound transmission in his ears. "Are you sure that boy sent his winged flood dragon to another city to request help?" "Millimeter, I'm sure. I ask sir to look for an opportunity as soon as possible. Once the reinforcements arrive, I'm afraid there won't be another good chance," Zhu Ping suggested. If Lin Ming didn't die, it would be difficult for the Zhu family to survive. "You do not need to say anything. I already know where things stand. The man that was hidden in the crowd gave a cold snort, his lips curving in a smile full of murderous intent. Without the winged flood dragon, he believed he had a 70 to 80% chance of killing Lin Ming. Roar, roar, roar. In the front, the vicious beasts finally reached the trap line. These traps had played a great role during the day's beast tide attack, but there had only been time to reset less than half of them. A few hundred scattered vicious beasts stepped on the traps, tumbling to the ground and being trampled to death by the vicious beast army behind them. The yellow-clothed youth from the moon seizing sect strolled towards the vicious beast tide, grasped his long sword, and casually sliced out. Ka. A blue ripple that was visible to the naked eye spread out like a crescent moon, its range reaching dozens of feet away. A large tract of land was chopped apart, and the demonic beasts in front were cut down. Dozens of first-level and second-level vicious beasts that were behind were also cut into two by the sword energy. Sword energy transverse. The yellow-clothed youth followed with a turn of his sword. Sword energy flushed out, twisting into large snake shapes that reached into the sky, and then fell from the clouds like scattered flowers from celestial beauties. Wherever these dozens of sword energies visited, blood would fly. So fierce. Shalinkai was watching from not too far away. As he saw this yellow-clothed youth slash out and instantly kill over 100 vicious beasts in just 2 moves, he was shocked. This youth was so strong. This kind of strength might even be superior to that late Hutian hermit master within Sky Fortune Kingdom. Shalinkai had to admit that this yellow-clothed youth was incomparably arrogant, but he had the ability to be arrogant. Even if several dozen of him fought this yellow-clothed man, it would just be a slaughter. Not too far away from Shalinkai, Zhuang Fan and Lin Wanshan were also bewildered. There truly was no limit in the universe, there was always someone higher. The heritage of a large sect was beyond their imagination. For a time, the yellow-clothed youth was the star of the scene. Even the white-clothed girl had a faint smile on her face. Of course, the reason wasn't the yellow-clothed youth's strength. With his ability, he was nowhere near a true genius Hutian master of the moon-seizing sect. The reason she smiled was because after several days of fleeing, she had finally arrived at this mortal city and was able to relax. Seeing so many simple people of this mortal world, she suddenly felt that perhaps listening to the yellow-clothed youth and living in the mortal world wasn't so bad after all. Although her cultivation would be slow, she would be able to live a peaceful and easy life. She wouldn't be tired all the time or nerve-wracked. Heaps of dismembered beast corpses lay around the yellow-clothed youth. None of the vicious beasts dared to go forward against that formidable sword energy. In comparison to the yellow-clothed youth, Lin Ming seemed much more ordinary. There were only a few dozen beast corpses around him. The number was a third of the yellow-clothed youth. This is too terrifying, that yellow-clothed youth can actually kill vicious beasts 3 or 4 times faster than Hero Lin. It only takes a single move to kill a few dozen vicious beasts, and he also uses a sword. Who said that swords were bad against big groups? That sword in the yellow-clothed youth's hand seems fiercer than Hero Lin's spear. I don't want to admit it, but he really is a bit fiercer. Bah! What nonsense are you speaking? How old is Hero Lin? How old is that man? Can the two even be compared? It was unknown who said that, but afterwards, everyone seemed to wake up. Lin Ming was only 16 years old, but that yellow-clothed youth was in his 20s. The soldiers present were from Green Mulberry City, so they were naturally biased towards Lin Ming. That's right, after a few more years when our Green Mulberry City's Hero Lin grows up, he'll also reach this degree of power. At this moment, there was a shattering roar in the beast tide. 4th-level vicious beasts had appeared, and there were 2 of them. The 2 were iron armor lizards. One was big, and one was a bit smaller. These iron-armored lizards were mighty, and their defensive power was extremely strong. If one couldn't kill them, they would break through the city walls sooner or later. There's 2 of them, one for each of us. The yellow-clothed youth capriciously smiled. He waved his sword, and then rushed straight towards the lizards. In his opinion, with Lin Ming's strength, it wasn't impossible for him to kill those iron armor lizards. But to do so in a massive herd of vicious beasts would be difficult. He'd probably barely accomplish it with a great deal of effort. All of this was perfect to embarrass Lin Ming. Chase. Sword light fell like rain, and everyone pierced bloody holes in the iron armor lizard's body. The iron armor lizard tilted its heads upwards, hissing towards the sky. After having used a single sword to severely wound the iron armor lizard, the yellow-clothed youth was very satisfied with his success. He thought that if he were in Lin Ming's position, he would try to attack the smaller lizard. But as he turned his head to look, he actually saw that Lin Ming had dove into the vast beast tide, killing more the deeper he went. The yellow-clothed youth smiled with disdain. What a coward. He didn't even dare to kill the small one. Oh well, he alone was enough to kill both. As he thought of the junior apprentice sister watching him from behind, the yellow-clothed youth surged with fighting spirit. He turned around and slashed out a martial skill towards the second iron armor lizard, severely wounding it. In 2 sword strikes, he had caused 2 iron armor lizards to suffer heavy wounds. In the eyes of an ordinary soldier, he was simply a god of war that landed in the mortal world. Even Shalinkai willingly shut his mouth. Within the Sky Spill continent, powerhouses were those that earned the respect of the world. The yellow-clothed youth was so much stronger than Shalinkai, that let alone look down on him, even if he were beat into a pulp he would still recognize this power. At this time, the more Lin Ming killed, the deeper he went. Although the moonlight was bright, it was still night. Quickly, Lin Ming was submerged in that endlessly vast stampede of vicious beasts. Lin Ming, don't go that far. Come back. Within the army, the one who most worried about Lin Ming was Lin Wanshan. If something happened to Lin Ming, that would be a loss the Lin family could not withstand. Millimeter. Lin Ming. In the army compound, the white-clothed girl heard the name Lin Ming, and she reflexively froze for a moment, then shook her head. There was no way it was that person. Lin Ming, Lin anything, was a relatively common name. It wasn't strange for someone to share the same name. The white-clothed girl restored her indifferent look. Standing in the windy night, she didn't bother to do anything. In this conflict between mortals and weak vicious beasts, she disdained to bother with it. Lin Ming killed his way in deeper and deeper. His killing speed was extremely quick. Wherever he went, a death and blood would follow. It was as if he were drawing a crimson line upon the battlefield. In the end, he's just a little boy. Although he has amazing talent, he's not mature. He finally felt how terrifying the weight of being suppressed is. If he stayed near the yellow-clothed youth he would just lose face, so he decided to rush in too deep. Behind Lin Ming, a blurry shadow followed, hidden within the tide of vicious beasts. Lin Ming kept fighting. Where his spear went, blood followed. You finally came out. What a clever concealment technique. Even though you're so close, I only feel a faint murderous intent. Chapter 326 Assassin. Chapter 326 Assassin. Chapter 326 Assassin. With Lin Ming's strength, rushing full speed into the groups of vicious beast was no different to a saber slicing into soft silk, matchless and unstoppable. In an instant, he had broken more than 10 miles deep. There, he was close to the edge of the vicious beast horde. The blurry shadow that followed behind Lin Ming was suspicious. Why is he in so deep? Did he discover me? This blurry shadow had thought that Lin Ming was galvanized by the killing speed of the yellow-clothed youth, and didn't have the face to stay near his side, thus he had rushed into the beast tide. But in a single breath, he rushed all the way to the edge of the beast horde. He was just too deep. This boy, is he trying to force me out? The shadow's complexion sank as he thought this. He doesn't know how deep my strength is and yet dares to lead me out. He wants to turn the tables and kill me. This boy is truly confident to the point of being arrogant. Does he think he is invincible under the heavens? This blurry shadow didn't have full assurance that he would be able to assassinate Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming was a heaven-defying talent that even Divine Phoenix Island was concerned about. Before, he wouldn't have been surprised if he was hiding his strength or some life-saving trump card, but he never thought that Lin Ming would have the ability to kill him. He was an official faction disciple. His cultivation was at the late Hutian period and he had a solid foundation. How could he possibly be killed by Lin Ming, a little boy at the middle pulse condensation period? Not even mentioning Lin Ming, He didn't even place that foppish yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect in his eyes. Considering all aspects, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ming, he could still safely retreat. After all, he was still a late Houtian martial artist from a sect. If he used his full force to escape, it would be difficult to stop him, much less kill him. Although he didn't have a complete grasp on killing Lin Ming, currently he had to act. Otherwise, if reinforcements came to Green Mulberry City, he wouldn't have this chance again. His own life was tied together with Ouyang Boyon. When Lin Ming grew to the point that he was able to disregard the rules of the 7 profound valleys, that would be the day he died. Die. The blurry shadow suddenly accelerated, all of his murderous intent converged onto himself. His entire body shimmered with a dim black illusory light as if he were melting in the air, his body hidden in the void. Heart-piercing blade. His sword light was nearly completely hidden in the dark of night. Using the massacre of vicious beasts as cover, he thrust towards Lin Ming's heart. "You're finally here." Lin Ming sneered. He wasn't afraid of thieves, only thieves that lurked in the shadows. As long as they came out, he had nothing to fear. True essence revolved within his entire body. Lin Ming's spear turned around, lightning flashed, true essence rushed forth, his spear thrust forward. Returning spear. This was one of the basic moves found within the simple foundation spear technique. However, under the enhancement of the azure true essence and power of thunder, the spear's strength had reached an incomparably terrifying level. Catcher. The black sword energy was twisted to pieces, Lin Ming's spear thrust forth, piercing the shadow's throat. Millimeter? Afterimage? No, it's an illusion. In that split second, it was too late for Lin Ming to retract his spear. Wind howled as a sharp sword stabbed from a blind angle, thrusting towards the left side of Lin Ming's ribcage, wanting to pierce his heart. Power of thunder. Bang! With an explosive eruption, the coiling dragon steel needle hiding within Lin Ming broke free. Countless arcs of lightning twisted within the air, writhing like snakes. The shadow gave a stuffy cough, then rapidly drew back. But Lin Ming also felt pain in his ribs. His clothes had been torn, and a shallow bloodstain appeared under the left side of his ribcage. The coiling dragon steel needle that was fused into his body could be used to defend against close-range attacks. This was a move that he had once used to deal with Jiang Baoyun, and had relied on it to stop Jiang Baoyun's peerless speed. "You finally came out." Lin Ming casually swiped away the bloodstain, there was only a tiny inch-long wound left over. This assassin was an old man. He was tall and stooped down, his face covered with a black mask. He held an extremely thin soft sword in his hand that was only 2 feet long. This sort of sword was best suited for assassinations. 2 feet was enough to reach the heart from any angle, and this thin and short sword was also easy to hide. As this old man looked at Lin Ming, he could hardly believe that his sword strike hadn't wounded Lin Ming more. His expression sank. Although he couldn't land a solid attack because of the power of thunder, it still shouldn't have caused so little damage. Did Lin Ming have some special method to increase his defense? "You are Ouyang Boyon's henchman?" Lin Ming tranquilly asked, his eyebrows curved up in a question. "He, you do not need to twist around words. Between you and me, we have no past injustice nor any current enmity. I only came to kill you because of money. I came here to send you to the netherworld, but do not blame me." As the old man spoke, his voice was extremely hoarse, and the mask on his face shook. If one looked closely, they could even see the thin edges of this man's face under the mask. He was no different than a skeleton. Lin Ming suddenly smiled. "The mask you use as a prop in this act is also quite good." The old-looking man's expression sank. "What do you mean?" "Haha, Martial Housemaster Bai. Even now you still pretend and try to hide. With your ability, why do you need a mask? Just take it off. I've already experienced your appearance-changing technique before, and was deceived quite miserably by you. You think that you can fool me again with the same method?" Lin Ming thought that the one lurking in the shadows was an apprentice of Ouyang Boyon. After all, this sort of matter could only be entrusted to an apprentice. Otherwise, Ouyang Boyon would never feel secure. Since Ouyang Boyon was an Acacia faction disciple, his apprentice should also be an Acacia faction disciple. But why was this person so good at concealment techniques? This ability should only belong to a disciple from the Mirage faction. And the only Mirage faction disciple who held a grudge against Lin Ming, and whose cultivation was at the Hutian realm, was Bai Luo. Only Bai Luo could have planned this with Ouyang Boyan. The two must have totally cooperated, planning on assassinating him. Lin Ming remembered that originally, Bai Luo's cultivation was at the peak of the Middle Hutian realm. But now he had broken through to the late Hutian realm. It might have been because of some help given to him by Ouyang Boyan. Of course, these were only his guesses. Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique was not something that Lin Ming could see through, so he was putting forth a front towards Bai Luo. The old man was expressionless. He coldly said, "I have no idea what you are saying. Delaying for time is useless. You are not my match, and today you will die without a doubt." "Oh, you think you can?" As Lin Ming spoke, he excitedly smacked his lips, his eyes full of fighting spirit. After Lin Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle pulse condensation period and he had obtained the purple comet spear and earthcore crimson flame, his strength had increased by a great deal. Now he was hoping to find a good match to assess and confirm his own strength. Before, the yellow-clothed youth who was barking in front of him could not arouse the least bit of interest from Lin Ming. But Bai Luo was a great choice. It is good for the young to be arrogant, but to be too arrogant is the same as being an idiot. "Dai, Xiu." The old man moved and his body shifted, a grey light shining out from him. Every time this grey light shot out, another one of him appeared. In an instant, there were 36 clones behind the old man. This was fast to the degree that a normal martial artist would not be able to see it. It would only leave behind an extremely brief flash on the visual field of the iris. This was the afterimage. But Lin Ming's perception was surpassingly keen. It was impossible for this old man to create 36 afterimages, thus, that meant that this old man before him hadn't released afterimages, but illusions. This was also a Mirage faction cultivation method. Lin Ming smiled. "You hid your appearance, but you can't hide your cultivation method. What you just used was a cultivation method of the Mirage faction." "What is a Mirage faction cultivation method?" "Once you go to the Netherworld, I'd love to see how you keep guessing." At the same time, the 36 old men flicked the swords in their hands. 36 sword lights flash. 36 swords absolute killing array. CHA. 36 sharp beams of light pierced towards Lin Ming from all directions, causing the air to tremble. The thick true essence was at least 10 times better than that of the yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect. The old man had suddenly used his killing blow. Since things reached this point, Lin Ming naturally didn't need to hide his strength any longer. True essence flushed into the heretical god seed. Heretical god force, open, bang. Compressed azure true essence rushed out of the heretical god seed like a tidal wave. The 36 white lights were completely caught within the surging azure true essence waves, and were drowned out by the endless power of the true dragon. What? The old man's complexion immediately changed. The power of the 36 swords absolute killing array was in the top 3 of all the skills he knew. Yet it was so easily blocked by Lin Ming. He had guessed correctly, Lin Ming had been hiding part of his strength. But he never imagined that Lin Ming would be so strong. If Lin Ming was depending on some sort of special item or incomparably exquisite cultivation method to avoid him, the old man wouldn't have been surprised. But a moment ago, Lin Ming had extinguished all of his sword energies in a full frontal collision. In a frontal impact, what mattered was how thick one's true essence was. But whether or not true essence was thick depended mostly on one's cultivation. How could a late Hutian realm master's true essence be suppressed by a neophyte at the middle pulse condensation period? How? Lin Ming grinned. Since he had opened the heretical god force, he planned to bring this battle to a quick conclusion. Martial House Master Bai, it's quite regrettable that neither you nor Ouyang Boyan had gone to the total faction martial meeting. Hearing rumors is always inferior to seeing with your own eyes. Martial House Master Bai has made the wrong judgment, and for that reason you will pay the deep price. Humph. What nonsense. The old man was not intimidated. He would overdraw his true essence and use the even stronger 72 swords absolute killing array, and definitely be able to kill Lin Ming in a single blow. But at this moment his complexion suddenly changed, because above Lin Ming's spear tip, a red wisp of flame and a small purple steel needle appeared. In the vast night sky, the two tiny lights seemed insignificant. But the old man's eyes suddenly widened, almost rolling back into his head. This is impossible. It's impossible. It cannot be a flame essence. The old man paled. He almost couldn't believe his own judgment, but he felt a terrifying power of fire within that small red flame. Impossible, no, this can't be, a thunder and fire dual attribute body. A mere 16-year-old can control a powerful thunder energy weapon, but can also control a flame essence. There probably isn't a single person like that in the entire mainland. The old man seemed to be in a trance, muttering to himself as his mouth twitched. You think that it's a thunder energy weapon? Lin Ming smiled, extending out his hand. The coiling dragon steel needle immediately jumped into his palm, turning around and around. Martial House Master Bai, please open your eyes and take a careful look. This is an instrument condensed from pure thunder energy. Chapter 327 You Cannot Stop Me. Chapter 327 You Cannot Stop Me. Chapter 327 You Cannot Stop Me. Brutal and manic power of thunder scattered out. A 2-inch long simple steel needle. There was a textured image of a purple flood dragon carved onto the surface, twining around the needle a total of 9 times. Because the coiling dragon steel needle was in a completely static state, the power of thunder was fully restrained within it. The old man had plenty of time to observe the energy structure of the steel needle, and his perception wasn't bounced back either. As he felt the power of thunder that was compressed to such a terrifying degree, the old man's lips began to fiercely twitch. This is. The old man had never personally seen a thunder soul before, but as a Mirage faction disciple, he knew that the enemy that was best suited to suppress them were thunder attribute martial artists. The power of thunder was able to dispel illusions, ghosts, and evil powers. This was something that the old man had learned from reading many ancient texts. This steel needle in front of him didn't send out even the slightest bit of power of thunder at the moment. It was endless, and all of the threads of thunder seemed to contain a consciousness. It was alive. Consciousness, awareness, thunder with life, endless. This was the symbol of a thunder soul. Compared to a flame essence, a thunder soul was much more rare. Even a low-grade human step thunder soul was an incomparably precious treasure. As for a medium-grade human step thunder soul, that was enough to cause bloodbaths between Xiantian masters. Seeing the intensity of the terrifying energy within Lin Ming's hand, this thunder soul was absolutely at least a medium-grade human step thunder soul. Could it even be a high-grade human step thunder soul? The old man was unable to imagine that this was a pulse condensation period martial artist. Where or how could he have possibly absorbed a high-grade human step thunder soul which only a Xiantian master could absorb? Even if it were Divine Phoenix Island, they also wouldn't be able to achieve this. To absorb a thunder soul, one could only have limited assistance. The true test all depended on oneself. Not just that, but the boy had a thunder soul and also a flame essence. A medium-grade human step flame essence and a possible high-grade human step thunder soul. Was this a power that a 16-year-old boy could have? The old man was suddenly afraid. He felt that this Lin Ming was too strange. He was just like a demon king hiding within humanity. In his heart, he couldn't help but think about retreating. He hadn't exposed his true identity, and even if Lin Ming hadn't been bluffing about knowing his identity, he still hadn't revealed any clues to who he was. If he couldn't win, then he would flee. As a Mirage faction disciple, he was proficient in concealment techniques. As long as he was able to escape Lin Ming's true essence locking rage, he could easily escape in the night, losing Lin Ming. In the worst case, he would just not return to the 7 profound valleys. Although not returning to the 7 profound valleys was the same as severing his future hope of becoming a Xiantian master, preserving his life was much more important than some distant Xiantian realm. The old man treasured his life very much. The reason that he would undertake this mission for Ouyang Boyon was because he wished to break through to the Xiantian realm and live to 180 years old. The old man turned his palm, and a small thunderclap bead appeared. This was a small array faction gadget. Once it was thrown, it would explode and create a massive amount of thick fog. He would be able to use this chance and display his illusion techniques to escape. However, before he could throw the thunderclap bead, Lin Ming's purple comet spear began to shine with a dazzling bright purple and a burning crimson red. In the dark night, it was just like a purple and red sun was rising into the sky. Thunder and fire intertwined. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. Suddenly, all the sounds of the world vanished, and the surrounding space twisted. The old man's face was colored with fear, a dual thunder and fire attack. It was too late to run. The old man fiercely clenched his teeth, overdrawing his life essence to forcefully stimulate the true essence in his body to the maximum. 72 swords absolute killing array. This barrage of 72 sword energies was the old man's strongest move. Once he used it, he would be placed in an incomparably weak position for a short period of time. Because of this, he didn't dare to use it rashly. But now he had no other choice left to him. That shining red and purple power of thunder and fire on the spear was too terrifying to do otherwise. Bang! The spear light and sword energies struck each other. A horrifying true essence current billowed forth, and all the sword energies were completely shattered. What? The old man had expected Lin Ming's strike to be terrifying, but he never imagined that the strongest final blow he had overdrawn his life to use would be destroyed so easily. On the outskirts of Green Mulberry City, the beast tide was still coming. The yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect had already killed thousands of vicious beasts, and the blood of countless vicious beasts rained down on the land, dyeing the earth around him a deep crimson red. Every sword strike would release dozens of sword energies, and every sword energy was able to take a vicious beast's life. With a single sword slash, this yellow-clothed youth was able to massacre dozens of vicious beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that only a few vicious beasts were left around the yellow-clothed youth at the moment, he would have killed even more. As for third-level vicious beasts, they were nothing but paper in front of the yellow-clothed youth, and equally as fragile. He was able to kill them with a single sword, there wasn't even a need to stop. A fourth-level vicious beast would take at most 10 breaths of time to kill. The 2 iron armor lizards that had attacked the yellow-clothed youth were also equally killed by him. What kind of abnormal and terrifying strength was this? Zhuang Fan, Lin Wanshan, and everyone else watching could only sigh in lamentation. Martial artists from large sects were just too formidable. Zhuang Fan and Lin Wanshan, who had just stepped into the pulse condensation period, thought this, and the common mortal soldiers were also stunned. To them, this yellow-clothed youth was just like a war god. The yellow-clothed youth enjoyed this feeling very much. When he had been at the moon-seizing sect, he was only an inner court disciple, and had broken through to the Hutian realm when he was 26 years old. The result could only be considered the most average within the sect. There were just too many geniuses and top-tier talents pressing down on him, making him feel that his existence was weak. Over the years, the yellow-clothed youth could be considered invisible. But now, he unveiled his power in front of so many people, making him the rising star of this battlefield. This made him extremely happy. Even the true essence in his body seemed to be flowing much smoothly than before. Not just that, but most importantly, he would soon capture the heart of his talented junior apprentice sister. As long as he was able to obtain her, he would have enough heaven-opening pills to attack the Xiantian bottleneck. He had to thank the South Sea Demon region. If it wasn't for them destroying the moon-seizing sect, he would never have had this opportunity. Most likely, he would never have had a chance to obtain a heaven-opening pill either. The more the yellow-clothed youth killed, the more vibrant and excited he became. He had originally been hesitant about going to battle, but now he hoped that he could continue fighting for a long time. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a loud explosion, and the land itself resounded with a deafening thunderclap. He turned his head to a distant spot in the beast tide, his eyes wide with amazement. Purple thunder flashed into the sky, impacting the heavens. Between it, a giant pillar of red flame also ascended upwards. It was as if heavenly tribulation had come down to the world. Millimeter? What's going on? Although the yellow-clothed youth was extremely far from where it happened, he could still feel the terrifying energy contained in that explosion. A peak Hutian thunder attribute martial artist and a peak Hutian fire attribute martial artist were fighting? How could that be possible? In this small land, why would two great elders be fighting here? The yellow-clothed youth hesitated, thinking he would go take a look. But then, those terrifying fluctuations of energy suddenly stopped, interrupted, as if they had been completely sealed off. It's gone. Senior apprentice brother, what was that a moment ago? The voice of the white-clothed girl's true essence sound transmission resounded in the yellow-clothed youth's ears. The yellow-clothed youth was stunned. He immediately withdrew the shocked expression on his face and replaced it with a casual tone, saying, probably some heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder? Millimeter. The yellow-clothed youth calmly analyzed and explained the situation. If that terrifying power of thunder continued, it would most likely be two great masters fighting. But since it instantly vanished, it was most likely spring thunder that fell down, splitting into heavenly fire. This kind of phenomenon isn't uncommon. But senior apprentice brother, look at the sky. Millimeter? The yellow-clothed youth suddenly looked up, and then big beads of sweat began to immediately form on his forehead. Above him, the bright moon was shining in the sky like a silver plate, and the entire night was free of clouds, the stars shining brightly. In this weather, how could there possibly be thunder? 10 miles away, a black-clothed man was kneeling on the ground, barely propping himself up with his sword. Half of his body was covered in soot and another half of his body's clothes were burnt away. The flexible armor underneath his clothes was fragmented, and his chest, stomach, arms, and legs dripped with fresh red blood. This man was Bai Luo. Bai Luo had just fallen from the sky, and his illusion technique had been automatically dispelled, reverting from the appearance of an old man into his true self. If it wasn't for him using a self-defensive ice armor bead at the last moment, he would have been severely wounded to the point of losing every bit of combat strength he had left. If that happened, his fate could be imagined. Martial House Master Bai, did your sword strike from a moment ago overspend your true essence, thus causing you to be unable to support your illusion, revealing your true self? Lin Ming asked the severely wounded Bai Luo, a faint smile crossing his face. Lin Ming didn't use the full strength of Thunderfire Annihilation, only using one with 40% strength. This was a technique that Lin Ming had slowly and thoroughly researched, then mastered after spending a month in ancestor Kai Yang's mountain range. The complete and full version of Thunderfire Annihilation was very slow, it had a long activation time. It also consumed a great deal of strength. Not just that, but with Lin Ming's current cultivation, simultaneously controlling a low-grade Earth-Step Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder and medium-grade Human-Step Earthcore Crimson Flame was impossible. If he rashly used the complete Thunderfire Annihilation, he might not be able to control the power, and would probably kill himself in the explosion he created. Bai Luo's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's current strength had completely surpassed the scope of his understanding. This was a strength that was impossible for a 16-year-old youth to have. Ha 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 ha. Bai Luo suddenly smiled, laughing with unbridled impunity. Lin Ming, you think that you can kill me today? I may not be your match, but if I wish to leave, you cannot stop me. You have a high-grade Human-Step Thunder Soul on your body. If I spread this news, then how many Xiantian masters will take an interest in you? An evil and vengeful smile curved on Bai Luo's face. Lin Ming blankly looked at Bai Luo, not seeming to care for his words. Normally, even if someone were interested in you, you could still stay in the sect and no one would dare to touch you. But now, Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region are about to go to war. In such chaos, do you really think you can always be protected? Lin Ming, you are too confident in yourself. But then again, geniuses are always so confident, that is why they die so easily. You thought you could lure me out by hiding your strength. You think you can kill me? Since I dared to kill you, then I naturally have ways to save my own life. You cannot stop me. You think I can't stop you? The corners of Lin Ming's lips lifted in a faint smile, revealing a thoughtful expression. Chapter 328 No Path to Heaven, No Door to Earth. Chapter 328 No Path to Heaven, No Door to Earth. Chapter 328, No Path to Heaven, No Door to Earth. You think I can't stop you? The corners of Lin Ming's lips lifted in a faint smile, revealing a thoughtful expression. Seeing Lin Ming's smile, Bai Luo's heart inexplicably went cold. This boy, did he have some plan? Bai Luo had always treasured his own life beyond all else. He was an expert in many different kinds of escaping techniques, and the Mirage faction was originally a sect that specialized in camouflage and escape. Bai Luo was absolutely confident in his own methods and techniques to escape, unless he ran into a Xiantian realm powerhouse. Otherwise, even if he was up against a top half-step Hutian master, he had faith he would be able to run away. Lin Ming, you are still so confident. Then why don't you try and stop me? As Bai Luo spoke, his entire body began to shake, and his complexion instantly turned bone-white. A mass of bloody fog spurted from his body, soaring around him in the wind. Bai Luo's body turned into a flash of blood-colored light as he soared like an arrow in the opposite direction, his speed reaching an inconceivable degree. Illusionary blood escape technique. The illusionary blood escape technique was a skill that required one to damage one's blood essence and life. They could use this escaping technique to multiply their speed by 10 for a short period of time. This was a speed that not even a Xiantian realm martial artist would be able to catch up to, even if they tried their hardest. This was also the reason that Bai Luo was so confident in himself. Of course, he could only maintain this extreme speed for an incense stick of time, but that was more than enough time to lose Lin Ming or any Hutian master. He could look for a safe place to hide and restore himself. Using the illusionary blood escape technique was the final reserve move of an illusionist. After using it, it would be difficult to recover to one's peak condition even in half a year. Bai Luo was compelled to do this, otherwise, he would never have used such a drastic technique. You want to run away? Lin Ming sneered, and didn't even move or attack. In truth, he really didn't have time to attack. Bai Luo was that quick. The air trembled, wind whistled. Bai Luo was like a bloody meteor that impacted into the horizon. Pang! There was a muffled smashing sound as the blood fog surrounding Bai Luo suddenly smacked into an invisible barrier. In that instant, his flesh and blood burst apart, and fresh red blood spewed into the sky. This was just like an overly ripe tomato that was thrown against a glass window with full force. It was directly turned to pulp. The spatial light screen suddenly shook fiercely for a brief moment, then, the blood-covered Bai Luo, who looked like a lump of rotten meat, slowly slid down from the air. From start to finish, Lin Ming hadn't even moved. Bai Luo's entire body was covered in blood, almost every single bone of his body had been shattered. I. As soon as Bai Luo opened his big mouth, blood and chunks of organs poured up from within him like a geyser. He stretched out his broken and trembling arm. He was soaked in blood, his face full of unwillingness and utter disbelief. Martial House Master Bai, you spent your blood essence to reach an extreme speed, and yet you actually ran so brutally into an invisible dream world enchantment that you couldn't see. In the mortal commoner world, there is a saying where people kill themselves by smashing their heads against a wall. But I never expected that it was the same for martial artists. As Lin Ming drawled on, Bai Luo was angry to the point of almost fainting. When you were struck by my thunderfire annihilation, I had already laid down a dream world enchantment all around us. I was told that this enchantment could only be broken by a Xiantian master, and would isolate all information within and without. Did Martial House Master Bai panic and just flee anywhere, not even noticing the enchantment that was laid down? With Bai Luo's cultivation, if he was even the least bit alert, he would have been able to discover the energy fluctuations of the enchantment world. It could only be said that he was too frightened of Lin Ming, and had panicked in trying to escape. Enchantment world. Bai Luo's lips trembled as he watched Lin Ming's purple comet spear come closer and closer, his face incomparably pale. When a man who was afraid of death approached their time of death, they would fear even more. Lin Ming, please, don't kill me. I am Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House Deputy Housemaster. For better or for worse, I am still your teacher. In the future you will become a peerless emperor. For a worthless person like me, don't gain the title of being a person who killed their teacher. Lin Ming paused, somewhat surprised. Then he began to laugh. This was absolutely the most mentally challenged joke he had heard in his life. You think you are my teacher? Ha ha. I have seen shameless people, but never one as shameless as you. You used your illusions to deceive me into walking in a trap. When have you ever once thought of me as your student? I was wrong. I was possessed by my own obsessions. If you let me live, I can help you testify against Ouyang Boyon and reveal everything. With your current status, as long as you can prove that Ouyang Boyon has tried to harm you, then Shizongtian will absolutely help you deal with Ouyang Boyon. He might even kill him. Before Bai Luo died, his mind suddenly sobered, and everything became clear. This was the final straw he had left to grasp. He was only an unimportant figure. Ouyang Boyon was Lin Ming's true threat. In Bai Luo's mind, it was impossible for Lin Ming's power to surpass Ouyang Boyon in a short time. Testify against Ouyang Boyon? Lin Ming hesitated, thinking about it. This didn't sound like a horrible plan. Yes. As long as I testify and lay the blame on him, even if there is no evidence, Shizongtian will be suspicious of him. As long as he suspects Ouyang Boyon, he will send people to monitor him. When that time comes. It was like the drowning Bai Luo had finally found a piece of driftwood. He clung to it, speaking more and more excitedly, trying to straighten himself on the ground. But at this time, a cold bright light suddenly flashed. The purple comet spear instantly pierced through Bai Luo's throat. The spear went in, and the spear went out. It was all finished in a moment, as if nothing had happened except a gaping crimson hole had appeared in Bai Luo's neck. Bai Luo's eyes looked as if he had lost his spirit. He reached out his hand, as if he were trying to grab something. Why? Because his vocal cords had been torn, Bai Luo's voice was completely hoarse. I apologize, but I don't believe you. And most importantly, if I don't kill you here, my thoughts won't be clear. Lin Ming indifferently said as he withdrew his purple comet spear. Thoughts won't be clear because of this, haha. Bai Luo laughed, and then tumbled onto the floor, lifeless. Although Lin Ming knew that if he listened to Bai Luo's words, he might have a 70 to 80% chance of resolving the crisis caused by Ouyang Boyon, Bai Luo was someone who held a grudge against him, and Bai Luo was also someone that Lin Ming was disgusted with. Lin Ming's martial arts path was to act in accordance with his thoughts and his nature. He didn't want to endure Bai Luo's miserable life continuing in this world just because he was afraid of potential dangers. And if Bai Luo really were to testify against Ouyang Boyon in the future, he would make Lin Ming take an oath on his heart of martial artist that Lin Ming wouldn't kill him later. Lin Ming would not compromise like that with a villain. Moreover, Lin Ming had a crazy plan in his mind. He wanted to kill Ouyang Boyon and test out the hypothesis he had. Lin Ming looked at Bai Luo's corpse, then took out a dagger from his spatial ring. He cut out some of Bai Luo's blood essence and tried to have the magic cube absorb it. The result was disappointing. It was as if after the second time the magic cube had opened, it had lost all interest in a Hutian master's blood essence. Bai Luo was the second Hutian master that Lin Ming had killed. He was able to confirm that a Hutian master's blood essence was no longer useful to the magic cube. My guess isn't wrong, I just don't know if a Xiantian master's blood essence can open the magic cube again, Lin Ming muttered to himself. After he killed Ouyang Boyon and took his blood essence, he would try to open the magic cube again. This was Lin Ming's plan. The magic cube was from the realm of the gods. In the realm of the gods, Hutian masters and Xiantian masters were the same as ants. If the magic cube was a divine object that countless supreme elders would fight over, how could it be content with the blood essence of a mere Hutian master? Maybe only blood essence on the level of the reverse scale blood could arouse the magic cube's interest. Lin Ming still remembered when he had first absorbed the reverse scale blood. At that time, his cultivation was insufficient, and Yang Mo's intention was to seal the reverse scale blood in his body and wait for his cultivation to reach a sufficient level, then slowly absorb it. As soon as the reverse scale blood had entered Lin Ming's body, the magic cube had become restless, sending out a strong suppressive power and nearly taking the reverse scale blood from Lin Ming's hands. When the reverse scale blood had almost been swallowed by the magic cube, it had panicked and decided it would prefer to fuse with Lin Ming. After his accident, the magic cube had actually stopped trying to absorb the reverse scale blood, but instead helped Lin Ming fuse with the reverse scale blood by its own initiative. Because of this, Lin Ming was able to reach a conclusion. The magic cube was intelligent, and was not some dead object. Then Lin Ming had a faint guess. What the magic cube wanted was not the blood essence of a Hutian master, Xiantian master, or even a revolving core master. It couldn't take a liking to the blood essence of such low-level existences. What it wanted was the blood essence of a true powerhouse, for instance, supreme elders from the realm of the gods. The reason it had absorbed a Hutian master's blood essence was only to send a signal that it needed blood essence. But for what reason was it absorbing blood essence? Lin Ming always thought that the magic cube had a somewhat strange nature. When it was in its own world, it had swallowed the souls of so many supreme elders from the realm of the gods, causing a catastrophic calamity within the realm of the gods. Now that it was in Lin Ming's hands, it began to absorb blood. Eat souls. Absorb blood. These were concepts only found within the cultivation methods of demonic beings. Was it possible that the person who created the magic cube was a demon god? Lin Ming was not opposed to demonic ways. Any strength, as long as it was powerful, could be used by him as long as it didn't betray his own consciousness. After there weren't any results for a long time, Lin Ming put away Bai Luo's corpse and quickly returned to the front line of the army compound. After he made his way back, Lin Ming found that not only had the beast tide not stopped yet, but it was becoming increasingly violent and dangerous. More and more high-grade vicious beasts were joining the fray, pouring in, 4th-level vicious beasts, and also 2 of them. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. If 4th-level vicious beasts kept appearing, sooner or later 5th-level vicious beasts would appear. Even if it were Lin Ming, dealing with a 5th-level vicious beast would be extremely difficult. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Ming's complexion became solemn. These weren't just Lin Ming's thoughts, but also the thoughts of all the high-level characters in Green Mulberry City. The waves of vicious beasts this night was much more terrifying than during the day. More and more vicious beasts appeared. Over half the army had become casualties. This was because of the support from the yellow-clothed youth. Otherwise, the beast tide would have already broken into the city. This Lin Ming, the city is almost broken into, so where did he go? If he can't be counted on in a critical moment, he might as well be an outsider. Zhu Ping put on a haughty air and coldly humphed. Out of all the people present, he was the only one who knew of Bai Luo, and he was also extremely anxious. He didn't know if Bai Luo had succeeded in killing Lin Ming. If he was successful, then why hadn't he come back? To defend Green Mulberry City, he was also counting on Bai Luo's strength. Chapter 329 The Feeling of Being Ignored. Chapter 329 The Feeling of Being Ignored. Chapter 329 The Feeling of Being Ignored. Hearing Zhu Ping's words that were dripping with irony, Lin Wanshan's complexion became extremely unsightly. Zhu Ping, what are you trying to say? Didn't Lin Ming go out to fight the enemy? I didn't say that. I'm only saying what I know. From the very start, he ran into the pack of beasts, and now there isn't even his shadow. If it wasn't for that yellow-clothed knight, our army might have already been broken through. As Zhu Ping spoke here, he glanced at Shalinkai with open contempt. Originally, Shalinkai had wanted to throw the yellow-clothed youth, and matters had almost boiled down to a fight. As for Zhu Ping, he was very respectful and managed to have the yellow-clothed youth stay in Green Mulberry City. If it wasn't for his actions, who knows what would have happened in today's battle. Shalinkai was just retreating from the battlefield to take a rest when he caught wind of Zhu Ping's words. His face turned red as he said, "Surname Zhu, what are you trying to say?" "What? Clan leader Shi thinks differently? If you fought with that yellow-clothed knight, do you think you could have one?" Shalinkai paused. He didn't have anything he could say. If he really did fight with that yellow-clothed youth, he would have been beaten up, maybe even killed. As several people were speaking, the yellow-clothed youth had just engaged with 2 4th-level vicious beasts. They were 2 double-headed corrupt wind wolves, 4th-level vicious beasts that had excellent speed. They attacked the yellow-clothed youth from the right and the left, but were completely not the yellow-clothed youth's match. In just a few sword slashes, the double-headed corrupt wind wolves turned into puddles of blood. Fierce. Lin Wanshan couldn't help but acknowledge that this yellow-clothed youth was truly strong. He had persisted in this one-sided massacre for so long, had killed thousands of vicious beasts, and didn't seem to be running low on true essence. But as for him, Zhuang Fan, Shi Linkai, and the others, they had fought for only a quarter of the time and their true essence was exhausted. They had to fall back to the army camp and recover their strength. Together, the three of them only managed to kill 200 or 300 vicious beasts, a mere fraction of what the yellow-clothed youth killed. The disparity between them was just too great. As Lin Wanshan's eyes left the yellow-clothed youth, he looked over to where Lin Ming had disappeared, his heart secretly worrying. Just where did Lin Ming go? Only 2 or 3/4 of an hour had passed, but he hadn't even heard from Lin Ming since then. There was also that heavenly thunder that had flashed a moment ago. Why would there be thunder in such a clear night sky? Seeing Lin Wanshan's anxious appearance, Zhuang Fan said, "Old Lin, don't worry, everything should be fine." Because the Zhuang family and the Lin family often cooperated in business, the two families had good relations with each other. Shi Linkai added, "Hero Lin is strong, so there isn't anything to worry about. Even if he encounters several 4th-level vicious beasts, they are not his match. And with Hero Lin's speed, he can retreat whenever he wants, he is much quicker than these vicious beasts." Hearing several people talk, Zhu Ping sneered in his heart. 4th-level vicious beast. What if he encountered 4th-level vicious beasts, and then was sneak attacked by a master? That old man's strength had reached the late Hutian realm. It wasn't wrong that Lin Ming was a master from a sect, but that old man was too. Not just that, but the old man was proficient in sneak attacks and concealment techniques. With these skills, and it being a late Hutian master against a boy at the middle pulse condensation period, Lin Ming would surely die in the middle of such chaotic combat. Even if Lin Ming had hidden strength, he still wouldn't be able to block such a strike. Although he hadn't known the old man for very long, Zhu Ping could feel that the old man acted in a very safe and cautious manner. He would not do something daring. If the old man said he had a 70 or 80% chance of success, then he wouldn't fail. Thinking that Lin Ming had died tonight, Zhu Ping was incomparably excited. Just wait, your Lin family's good luck is about to come to an end. As soon as Lin Ming dies and the 10th prince ascends the throne, the Zhu family will marry another woman to the 10th prince as the empress. Then, my Zhu family will rise into the top 3 families of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. But as for your Lin Ming, they will become history. Thinking of the Zhu family's endlessly bright and magnificent future, Zhu Ping's fantasies became a bit carried away. He couldn't help but gloat as he said, "Young hero Lin is certainly fast, but sometimes on the battlefield things don't go as planned. If there is any mistake, death wouldn't be too surprising. A virtuous and kind man like young hero Lin will certainly be blessed by the heavens, so he should be safe. But in case anything happens, Brother Wanshan should be prepared." Lin Wanshan was furious. His anger was about to blow up when suddenly, a loud and cold humph resounded in the air, like a muffled cry of thunder in the ears of everyone nearby. When Zhu Ping heard this sound, he felt his entire body shake, his face paling and being forced to take several steps back. The blood in his body violently surged, and he was almost injured. "Army Commander Zhu, I'm sorry to disappoint you." In the army compound, a figure emerged from the shadows, his hand holding a long purple spear. This shadow was Lin Ming. In that instant, all the blood drained from Zhu Ping's face. No, impossible. Didn't that old man say he was going to kill Lin Ming? Did that mean that Lin Ming had instead killed that old man? No, this was impossible, absolutely impossible. That old man's strength had reached the late Hutian realm, and he was also a martial artist from a sect. Looking back, it could be said that even if Lin Ming defeated that old man, it was impossible for him not to be wounded. Where did the old man go? Listening to the intent behind Lin Ming's words, he had already deduced what was happening. Seeing Zhu Ping's frightened and panicked expression, Lin Ming faintly smiled as he said, "Army Command Zhu, you seem to be very nervous about me coming back safely. Do I look scarier than some vicious beast?" Lin Ming smiled, but his eyes were cold and pitiless, with a thick murderous intent seeping out. Zhu Ping felt a chill freeze his heart. Before, Lin Ming had always given the impression of a mediocre boy that was harmless. In fact, he had even seemed like he would be easy to bully. This was the impression that Lin Ming had developed in his 15 years of growing up in Green Mulberry City. This image had been set in the minds of many for a long time, and was difficult to change. Although Zhu Ping was well aware of Lin Ming's current status, with the support of the old man, he had always subconsciously thought of Lin Ming as a boy with half a foot in the grave. He spoke to Lin Ming respectfully, but in his heart he wasn't afraid of him. But now, facing Lin Ming's merciless eyes, Zhu Ping felt as if his very soul had been penetrated. An invisible suppressive force pressed down on him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Now, he was horrified to see that Lin Ming was no longer that green and naive boy that was easy to bully, but instead a supermaster that held the life and death of mortals in his hand. Zhu Ping gulped, forced a smile and said, "Young hero Lin, please don't joke with me. Since young hero Lin has come back safely, I am of course incomparably happy. With young hero Lin here, defending Green Mulberry City will be much easier." "Oh, so it's like this." Ha ha, Lin Ming was still brightly smiling, but that smiling face caused Zhu Ping to shiver. It was a pressure from pure and utter domination of strength. Calm down, Zhu Ping repeated to himself. Even if that old man's sneak attack failed, Lin Ming wouldn't necessarily know that he was related to him. At best, he would only have a guess. There was no evidence. Zhu Ping comforted himself by thinking this. What he didn't realize, or what he didn't want to realize, was that things such as evidence, rules, laws, or things like that only applied when two individuals were of similar status. For instance, if a normal person was accusing another person, or a high-level sect martial artist was accusing another high-level sect martial artist. For those with such an enormous gap in status, for instance, between Lin Ming and Zhu Ping, one didn't even need evidence. Lin Ming's words would become evidence, his words would become the rules, his words would become the law. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard a pleasant voice. Perhaps that is young hero Lin Ming? "My name is Lan Yi, I would like to greet you." Lin Ming turned his head and saw that the one speaking was the white-clothed girl from the moon-seizing sect. After she came to Green Mulberry City she had bathed, and had already changed into a loose dress made from snow silk. She had the full and mature figure of a beauty, and her clothes were carefully cut close to the body, accentuating her graceful and slim waist. She appeared delicate and exquisite. It was easy to fall into a daydream looking at her. Lan Yi. Lin Ming had a very accurate and good memory. He thought back for a moment and didn't recall this person's name on the name lists of the joint talent training program. An 18 or 19-year-old girl that reached the peak pulse condensation period and wasn't on the joint talent training program? Or was she hiding her real name? Lin Ming was only casually wondering. He politely greeted her. "So it's Miss Lan. It's nice to meet you." Lan Yi returned a faint smile and said, "Young hero Lin, a moment ago, southeast of here there was a strike of heavenly thunder that appeared. I wonder if young hero Lin witnessed it." As Lan Yi asked, her beautiful eyes were wide. When the Join Talent training program was first announced, she hadn't gone to the 7 profound valleys. But she had heard many rumors of Lin Ming. She had heard that he was a 16-year-old that had just reached the early pulse condensation period, but was actually able to defeat multiple peak pulse condensation period geniuses. It was also said that Lin Ming was a thunder attribute martial artist with an astonishingly high fusion compatibility, and controlled a surpassingly mighty thunder energy weapon. This youth in front of her was also named Lin Ming, and his age appeared to be around 16 too. However, his cultivation was at the middle pulse condensation period, just a bit higher than the 7 profound valleys Lin Ming. But, if Lin Ming had recently broken through, this would also make sense. This caused an inevitable association in Lan Yi's mind. Was that terrifying heavenly thunder that occurred a moment ago caused by Lin Ming? The chief disciple of the 7 profound valleys, and the only heaven-step talent chosen by Divine Phoenix Island? That Lin Ming? She had just come to this city, but had encountered the legendary top talent of the 19 third-grade sects. The circumstances of this situation were just too bizarre. Lan Yi didn't have high hopes that this was true, she was only thinking that it might be possible. If he really was Lin Ming, then he might be able to help her fulfill her wish. Thinking this, Lan Yi widened her smile, trying to seem friendlier. But she had never done these things before, so it was a bit awkward for her. Lin Ming saw Lan Yi's supposedly sweet smile and was a bit doubtful. His impression of the white-clothed girl was that she had a very cold and frigid personality. Of course, this was reasonable. Just a few days ago her entire sect was destroyed, along with everyone else she knew, so she would absolutely be in a horrible mood. But why was she suddenly smiling so brightly at him? Lin Ming nodded and said, "I saw the heavenly thunder." "Why? Does Miss Lan think that a rare heavenly treasure fell down to the world?" As Lin Ming was speaking, the yellow-clothed youth suddenly released a stunning sword technique on the battlefield, killing another two-headed corrupt wind wolf. The soldiers on the field let loose thunderous cheers. The yellow-clothed youth liked this feeling very much. He had grown up within the moon-seizing sect, and had never felt like he existed, let alone enjoyed so many cheers from people. He turned back to glance at the army compound, his eyes filled with expectation. The yellow-clothed youth wanted to see his little junior apprentice sister watching him instantly slay the fourth-level vicious beast with his sword in a grand and majestic fashion. However, he happened to see Lan Yi standing near Lin Ming, a warm and sweet smile spreading across her face, as if she were having happy conversation with him. She didn't even spare him a glance. Chapter 330 Fight. Chapter 330 Fight. Chapter 330 Fight. Seeing this, the yellow-clothed youth's heart burned with a raging anger. Because of the tragedy of her sect being destroyed, there hadn't been times these days when Lan Yi smiled. Even though he flattered and pleased her in every way possible, taking meticulous care of her, the white-clothed girl rarely responded. In the first 2 days, she hadn't even spoken more than a few words, only having a heartbroken expression. But now, she was actually smiling so brightly, and also towards another youth who was around her age. How could the yellow-clothed youth possibly bear this? He had endured so much suffering and hardship on the way, exhausting himself to take care of her, only to have a few words uttered towards him. And yet this smelly little boy sweet-talked her for a little bit and the white-clothed girl was already smiling so happily. The yellow-clothed youth's lungs exploded with rage. He never imagined that it was Lan Yi who looked for Lin Ming of her own initiative. He only thought that Lin Ming was cozying up to Lan Yi with his sweet nothings. Although there hadn't been much progress in their relationship, the yellow-clothed youth already considered the white-clothed girl as his exclusive woman. This wasn't just from the tragic story of a man's 20-plus years of life, or from the fact that he possessed a strong desire to possess her that was a twisted incarnation of his thoughts of wanting to subtly take revenge for all those years that she had been an irreproachable goddess. It was because the white-clothed girl had many heaven-opening pills on her. Those heaven-opening pills were his only hope to break through to the Xiantian realm. Mother****. I'm killing all these vicious beasts on the battlefield, and not only is that coward not doing anything, but is actually moving on my girl from behind. The yellow-clothed youth was raging. He felt like he had been taken for a fool. This city that he was saving from the vicious beast horde was that boy's, and not only was he not doing anything, but he was also moving on his woman. At that moment, all of his murderous thoughts converged onto Lin Ming. The difference in attitude that Lan Yi treated Lin Ming with was like a thorn that pierced his heart. If he didn't cripple Lin Ming, he would never be able to swallow this insult. "Boy, just you wait for me." The yellow-clothed youth turned around and rapidly returned to the army camp. In the army camp, Lan Yi was still talking to Lin Ming. Lan Yi didn't know much about Lin Ming to begin with, so she made a few simple insinuations to see if this boy in front of her was the Lin Ming from the 7 Profound Valleys. This sort of matter was impolite to directly ask. Otherwise, Lin Ming might form an idea that she was trying to get close to him because she had some hidden purpose in mind. Once that happened, it would be easy for him to despise her. Lan Yi was well aware of the difference in status between her and Lin Ming. Not to mention that her moon-seizing sect had already been destroyed, but even if the moon-seizing sect was still here, the difference between her and Lin Ming was just too far. According to rumors, if Lin Ming didn't encounter some tragedy, he would one day step into the revolving core realm. But as for Lan Yi, it was already nearly impossible for her to reach the extreme Xiantian realm. If things turned out well for her in the future, she might reach the middle Xiantian realm, and if she very lucky, she might reach the late Xiantian realm. If the moon-seizing sect weren't destroyed, Lan Yi would have thought this quite satisfactory. But several days ago, she saw with her own eyes all of her friends, family, and everyone else close to her in the moon-seizing sect slaughtered in a one-sided bloodbath. As she saw everyone she held dear dying around her, and as she listened to the last dying wish of her master, hatred had already engraved itself deeply into her heart. At that time, she completely hated herself. She hated that she was weak. She hated that in front of a revolving core master, she was nothing but an ant, unable to do anything. This sort of loathing that originated from her powerlessness caused her to have an intense desire for power. She wished to break through to the revolving core realm, and longed for the day that she could unite all the masters of the South Horizon region to exterminate the South Sea Demon region. She would ruin the evil ones, exterminate the demons, and take revenge for her moon-seizing sect, and for her master and countless fellow disciples that died. Now, Lan Yi had the resources and final hope that her master had given her before telling her to escape from the moon-seizing sect. She was confused about what path to take. She didn't dare to flee to other sects, afraid that they would covet the precious resources that she had. However, if she didn't go to a sect, it would be difficult for her to become stronger, much less break through to the revolving core realm. At this time, Lan Yi had a thought of which sect she should go to: Divine Phoenix Island. At Divine Phoenix Island, 90% of the disciples were women, and the disciples had a relatively good reputation for conduct. Not only that, but there were countless masters and top cultivation methods, inheritances, and abundant resources. If she could enter Divine Phoenix Island, then that would be the best possible outcome. But Lan Yi was only a genius when placed in a low third-grade sect like the Moon-Seizing sect. As for a top fourth-grade sect like Divine Phoenix Island, she would only be the most basic and generic of disciples. It was even likely that she wouldn't be able to enter. And even if she did manage to enter with luck, she would be an outer court disciple at best. It would be impossible for her to come into contact with the core cultivation methods, and she would waste her life. In that situation, Lan Yi was also confused about what to do. Until now, when she met a boy that she suspected was Lin Ming. Lan Yi knew that Divine Phoenix Island placed a great deal of value on Lin Ming, and there was possibly even some unknown relation between him and Divine Phoenix Island's saintess, Mu Chenyu. What kind of existence was Mu Chenyu? She was the future leader of Divine Phoenix Island. She was a monstrous talent that stepped into the Xiantian realm at only 22 years of age. And within several years, she might break into the revolving core realm and become a top master. In front of someone like Mu Chenyu, all of the so-called talents of the 19 third-grade sects were just a joke. If Mu Chenyu could put in a few good words of recommendation for her, even if it were only casual, she could be promoted from an outer court disciple to an inner court disciple. This was just a one-word difference, but the treatment was vastly different. Lan Yi didn't want the resources of Divine Phoenix Island such as pills or true essence stones. What she wanted were the legacy cultivation methods. To rely on the mediocre cultivation methods of the moon-seizing sect to break through to the revolving core realm was basically impossible. Of course, Lan Yi wasn't planning on asking Lin Ming for help and offering nothing in return. She had only met Lin Ming by chance, they hardly knew each other, so why would he want to help her? Lan Yi's thoughts were that first she would establish friendly relations with Li Ming, and then at a suitable time she would put out some of the resources from the moon-seizing sect as exchange, and then ask Lin Ming for help. Miss Lan, if there isn't anything else, I'll head back to the battlefield then. Lin Ming didn't want to waste time talking to Lan Yi. There were too many vicious beasts, and the army was under a great deal of pressure. Every second meant that another soldier could die. Young hero Lin, can you wait for a bit? My senior apprentice brother is out at the front, he can last for a moment or two. As Lan Yi spoke these words, the yellow-clothed youth had just rushed back, and happened to hear Lan Yi's words. My senior apprentice brother is out at the front, he can last for a moment or two. The meaning behind this was that while the yellow-clothed youth would be fighting at the front, the two of them could continue to chat. F***CK. The yellow-clothed youth was mad to the point of almost vomiting blood. Never in his entire life had he been so mad. He had been taken for such a fool. He had gone to fight the beast tide, yet someone wanted to take his woman? A mere common pulse condensation boy actually had thoughts on Lan Yi? What is so good about you? Are you worthy? So what if you're a genius? This father will kill you now. Ka. With harsh wind blowing, the angry yellow-clothed youth landed on the ground. He stood in front of Lin Ming, a sullen and simmering expression on his face, his lips constantly twitching. Boy, you have guts. Lin Ming tilted his head, frowning. He didn't understand why this yellow-clothed youth had suddenly rushed towards him like a rabid dog and starting barking. Senior apprentice brother, what are you saying? The white-clothed girl was startled. She hurriedly ran in front of Lin Ming, blocking him. She didn't know why the yellow-clothed youth had suddenly rushed up like he wanted a taste of Lin Ming's spear, but with that murderous look in his eyes, he wanted to start a fight with Lin Ming. Junior apprentice sister. You're protecting him? The yellow-clothed youth tightly gripped the sword in his hand, biting his pale lips. Good. Very good. The yellow-clothed youth stared at Lin Ming with hatred in his eyes. He said in a true essence sound transmission, You are surnamed Lin? Surname Lin, let me clearly tell you now that my junior apprentice sister is not someone that a common man like you can match up with. Now leave her alone. Seeing the situation rapidly devolve like this, Lan Yi was extremely nervous. She quickly sent the yellow-clothed youth a true essence sound transmission. Senior apprentice brother, what are you doing? Do you know who he is? Who is he? Why would I care who he is? The yellow-clothed youth almost went insane to the point of losing all reasoning, so why would he consider Lan Yi's words? This boy had actually moved on his woman. Even if he was the Emperor of Heaven, he still wouldn't be able to stand this. And in this trivial little mortal city, just what sort of amazing character could there be? I'm warning you one last time, hurry up and get away from her. Otherwise, I will have you pay a deep price. The yellow-clothed youth used a true essence sound transmission to threaten Lin Ming again. Crazy idiot. Lin Ming didn't want to bother with this rabid dog anymore and waste his time. He was also disinclined to explain the misunderstanding. It was better to say that he disdained giving an explanation. With his strength and status, why would he even want to waste his breath arguing with this yellow-clothed youth? The beast tide was becoming increasingly fierce, and now several masters were returning to the army camp. The army would soon be unable to cope with the beast tide. At that moment, the beast tide ripped a hole in the army's defensive wall. Millimeter. Lin Ming frowned, took out the purple comet spear, and directly rushed towards the vicious beast tide. You want to run away? The yellow-clothed youth sneered, raising his sword and following. He basically hadn't listened to Lan Yi's words. Are you a turtle? You don't dare to compete with me in killing vicious beasts, and you also are too afraid to kill 4th-level vicious beasts. You only run away. Are you still a man? The army formation was broken, and the beast tide rushed in. The death toll was rapidly increasing. Where would Lin Ming have the time to bother with this yellow-clothed youth? In the blink of an eye, all of the vicious beasts at the gap were instantly cleared away. The nearby soldiers didn't even have time to react. After resolving the threat of Bai Luo, Lin Ming naturally had no need to hide his strength anymore. The might of this spear move was only displayed through a casual sweep, but it actually caused Lan Yi's eyes to contract. This was a power that surpassed the limits of a pulse condensation period martial artist, and he could even compare with the yellow-clothed youth. At least, it was no less that his. Lan Yi didn't even have time to think about what this meant when her face suddenly paled. She watched as the yellow-clothed youth thrust out with his sword, and over a dozen sword energies pierced towards Lin Ming's back, the wind rippling in their wake. Boy, you actually dare to ignore me? Take my sword. In his apoplectic anger, the yellow-clothed youth didn't hold back. These sword energies were aimed towards Lin Ming's vital points. If they hit, it would be enough to cut Lin Ming's meridians, severely wounding him, or even crippling him. Shameless. Don't you even care for face? Lin Ming's complexion sank. Now that the beat tide was rushing in, he didn't want to fight with this yellow-clothed youth. But this yellow-clothed youth chasing him again and again caused him to lose his patience. Bang! A spear swept out, and azure true essence howled forth. There were only slight popping sounds as all of the sword energies of the yellow-clothed youth were shattered by Lin Ming's spear. Chapter 331 Sludge Monster. Chapter 331 Sludge Monster. Chapter 331 Sludge Monster. The yellow-clothed youth was shocked as he saw Lin Ming shatter all of his sword energies. This boy, he had some real skill. He hadn't stayed his hand in that last strike, but because he had slashed out so quickly, he hadn't used the sword techniques and cultivation methods of the moon-seizing sect. The power in that last move was only 20 to 30% of his strongest sword technique. I wonder how many swords you can block. Sword energy transverse. The aura of the yellow-clothed youth suddenly changed, true essence twining around his body, becoming sharp and deadly. Murderous intent surged out from him. The yellow-clothed youth was prepared to fight with everything he had. Lin Ming's expression sank. He only thought that this misunderstanding was strange and inexplicable. Even if he explained it, the explanation wouldn't be clear. How would the yellow-clothed youth ever believe that the goddess of his heart had approached Lin Ming by her own initiative? Even if Lin Ming could prove it, this yellow-clothed youth still wouldn't accept it. Lin Ming flourished his spear, the power of thunder sparkling. True essence jetted into the air like fabric that was being harshly torn. Although the yellow-clothed youth wasn't too talented, for better or for worse he was still a Hutian master from a sect. If Lin Ming wanted to end this battle quickly, he had to take it seriously. The heretical god force still hadn't been fully restored, but even if it was, Lin Ming wouldn't use it just for this. As the battle between the two was about to begin, at that moment, a gigantic roar resounded throughout the entire battlefield, no different than a thunderclap. The yellow-clothed youth was startled, his heart trembling. He looked towards the depths of the beast tide and saw a vast shadow moving towards them, shaped like a hill. The yellow-clothed youth was shocked. What was that? Lin Ming was also taken aback, his expression becoming solemn. 5th level vicious beast. A 4th level vicious beast was already equal to a common mortal's Hutian level martial artist. As for a 5th level vicious beast, that was equal to a common mortal's Xiantian level martial artist. Of course, because martial artists of the common world had an unstable foundation, they had practically no chance of ever reaching the Xiantian realm. Thus, this level of strength didn't actually exist. A 5th level vicious beast was most likely equal to a sect's peak Hutian martial artist, or even one that was a half-step into the Xiantian realm. This was also Qin Zia's strength. Roar. The terrifying roar was no different to landslides and tsunamis. The entire ground shook. When an ordinary person heard this roar, their ears became deaf and their mind shook. Many soldiers whose strength were already at the limit were almost thrown to the floor with this roar. As a result, the formation made up of thousands of soldiers was suddenly in disarray, in a precarious situation. In contrast, the tens of thousands of vicious beasts that heard this roar became even more ferocious, as if they had been doused in blood. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Zhuang Fan and Lin Wanshan's complexions changed. The situation had changed so quickly that they hadn't even had time to respond. Against a 5th level vicious beast, what could they possibly do? Now, Lin Ming was too busy to bother with the yellow-clothed youth anymore. If he let that 5th level vicious beast break through the lines, the army would inevitably collapse. When that happened, Green Mulberry City would be overwhelmed in a single swoop. He had to divert that vicious beast somehow. If Lin Ming faced that vicious beast head-on, he wasn't confident he could defeat it. Its strength was higher than his, and most importantly, the heretical god force that he had used to deal with Bai Luo had only been restored to about 70 to 80% capacity. If he used Thunder Annihilation now, he wouldn't be able to unleash its maximum power. He had to stall for time. Lin Ming turned and saw that the yellow-clothed youth had actually turned somewhat pale. Lin Ming laughed loudly and said, what's wrong? Are you scared? The yellow-clothed youth was stunned for a moment before he furiously said, "You have the face to say I'm scared? Who do you think is the turtle from earlier? From the very start you went into hiding, and only just came back." Lin Ming didn't even seem to hear the yellow-clothed youth's taunt. He said, "You want to bet? Let's see who can persist against this 5th level vicious beast for the longest, and who can damage it the most. The loser has to stay far away from Lan Yi, how about it?" The yellow-clothed youth smiled and said, "The loser has to stay far away from Lan Yi? Ha, who do you think you are? What a toad that wishes to eat swan meat. You think you qualify to make a bet with me?" Lin Ming indifferently said, "It doesn't matter who qualifies, only who dares and who dares not. If you don't want to bet, then I'll just go myself." After Lin Ming finished speaking, he ignored the yellow-clothed youth and rushed out with his spear. The yellow-clothed youth's complexion changed. This boy actually went by himself. He thought that Lin Ming was deliberately needling him, trying to provoke him into doing something stupid, and didn't have the courage to go in. He didn't think that Lin Ming would actually do it. He could feel Lan Yi's eyes on him from behind. It seemed as if Lan Yi already had a good impression of this boy. How could he let him show off again? The yellow-clothed youth instantly understood Lin Ming's plan. A fifth-level vicious beast was strong, and this massive vicious beast in front of him truly did have a terrifying strength. But it was slow. As long as he was careful and didn't get too close, he wouldn't be in any danger. This boy was actually thinking of making a bet against this fifth-level vicious beast so he could look good, showing off his heroism and bravery but without placing himself in danger. This plan was truly well crafted. Thinking this, the yellow-clothed youth ground his teeth in anger. He had almost been fooled by this boy again. He grasped his long sword and followed Lin Ming. It only took a moment for Lin Ming and the yellow-clothed youth to cross 5 miles. After approaching, they saw just how massive the vicious beast was. It was over 200 feet tall, and its body was a dirty ash-gray all over. Its build resembled a giant octopus, and it was covered with dozens of thick and coarse tentacles. Sludge monster. Lin Ming had seen the record of this vicious beast in the ancient storybooks within the 7 profound martial house. This beast lived in the darkest swamps of the southern wilderness, and was usually hidden within the thick mud of the swamps. It used its great tentacles to catch its prey. Once a martial artist was wrapped by its tentacles and dragged into the mud, it was only a matter of waiting to die. Because the sludge monster stayed underground all year long, its main body was actually very slow, and an exceedingly good target. Of course, that was only its main body. Its tentacles were extremely fast. If one assumed that it was slow and thus posed no threat, that person was truly an idiot waiting to die. Whoosh! As Lin Ming approached, a giant tentacle slashed towards him like a whip. Although the sludge monster was strong, he was still able to block a single tentacle. He displayed his movement technique and dodged, running around the sludge monster. He had to stall for time so he could completely restore the heretical god force, rather than engage in an epic struggle with the sludge monster. Behind Lin Ming, the yellow-clothed youth rushed up just in time to see this scene. He won't even dare to attack a tentacle, and runs away from the sludge monster. This fellow still actually looks down on me, he is too outrageous. The yellow-clothed youth's teeth itched with resentment. He was already fully assured that Lin Ming was acting, and putting on a fearless appearance so he could play a hero in front of Lan Yi, when the truth was, he was actually nothing. If you want to act, then I'll follow you. Let's see whose acting skills are better. The yellow-clothed youth sneered. He had complete self-confidence in his strength. As for acting, then that would look at who was stronger. Whoever was stronger would be able to display an ever greater performance. At this moment, the wind roared, and a thick tentacle slapped towards the yellow-clothed youth. Seeing this, the yellow-clothed youth instantly became happy. Who the real deal was would naturally be seen. Sword sweeping 1,000 soldiers. The youth's entire body coursed with reckless sword energy. Sword sweeping 1,000 soldiers was his strongest move. Once he used it, it was absolutely overwhelming, able to move even mountains. Countless sword energies bombarded the thick tentacle, causing wounds several feet deep. Green slime splashed into the sky. Aoo! As the sludge monster felt pain, it reflexively shrunk its tentacle. The yellow-clothed youth was very satisfied with the outcome of his attack. He didn't even have time to turn back and smile at Lan Yi when, at that moment, his expression changed. Hoo! A dozen tentacles swept towards the yellow-clothed youth like a wave from all sides. He was able to repel a single tentacle, but if so many came together, could he still force them back? The sludge monster had already turned all of its attention to the yellow-clothed youth. To the sludge monster, that wound was simply nothing. It had dozens of tentacles, and even having a few cut off didn't matter to it. Not only would it not affect its combat strength, but those severed tentacles would even regenerate. Besieged from all sides, the yellow-clothed youth was suddenly in danger. In comparison, only a random tentacle occasionally attacked Lin Ming. Lin Ming would never use his spear to block it, only avoiding it with his movement technique. This damn fellow. The yellow-clothed youth felt as if he had been tricked again. You want to make a fool of this father? No way. This father will not play with you. The tentacle monster's main body was moving very slowly. As long as the yellow-clothed youth was able to distance himself from its attack range, he would win the bet anyways. It simply wasn't worth entangling himself within all these weird tentacles. Thinking this, the yellow-clothed youth turned around to run, but at this moment, he heard a true essence sound transmission in his ears. Sorry, but it doesn't seem you'll be able to run. There's a dreamland enchantment placed outside. Millimeter? What? The yellow-clothed youth was startled. He didn't even have time to react when he felt a pain in his head. He had run into an invisible light screen. Hold on, what was this? In a split second, the yellow-clothed youth didn't even time to think before several tentacles sliced towards him from behind. Bang! With an explosive sound, the yellow-clothed youth barely managed to avoid the strike as the tentacles pounded against the Dreamland enchantment, causing the entire enchantment to shake. Lin Ming let out a cold breath. This was a truly strong attack. The attack from a few tentacles had already caused the Dreamland enchantment to vibrate so greatly. If that sludge monster smashed into it with all its strength, the Dreamland enchantment might even rip apart. Although Mu Qianyu had said that the Dreamland enchantment could stop any attack from a martial artist below the Xiantian realm, the sludge monster was not a martial artist. Its attack power was much stronger than that of a martial artist of the same level. The yellow-clothed youth's complexion completely changed. Dreamland enchantment. How could a sludge monster release a Dreamland enchantment? He naturally assumed that the one who laid down the Dreamland enchantment was the sludge monster. He never thought that the one to do so was Lin Ming. In his opinion, Lin Ming didn't have the ability to lay down such a strong Dreamland enchantment. Even if he had this ability, he still wouldn't close himself into it with the sludge monster. What do I do? The yellow-clothed youth panicked. There was nowhere to retreat to. The sludge monster had already locked onto him. At this moment, Lin Ming was taking advantage of the sludge beast being attracted to the yellow-clothed youth. He clenched a medium-grade true essence stone, recovering his power as fast as he could. The heretical god force was quickly recovering. Chapter 332 Brilliance of Thunderfire. Chapter 332 Brilliance of Thunderfire. Chapter 332 Brilliance of Thunderfire. Brothers, while we have two masters in front dealing with the tentacle monster, we will defend against the beast tide. As long as we can last, and the two masters can kill that strange tentacle beast, we will win, a soldier shouted out from the battlefield. However, the soldier's words didn't have much effect. Anyone could see that the yellow-clothed youth and Lin Ming were in a very disadvantageous position against the sludge monster. After the yellow-clothed youth had been injured at the very start, he was forced into danger. As for Lin Ming, he was worse than the yellow-clothed youth, dodging around the sides and not even attacking once. In this situation, it was already good for the yellow-clothed youth and Lin Ming to not die against the sludge monster, let alone kill it. Even so, none of the soldiers retreated. Behind them was Green Mulberry City, where their parents, wives, children, and everyone else that they loved lived. If Green Mulberry City fell, everyone within would die. How could they even think of retreating? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tentacles lashed out like a flurry of whips. The yellow-clothed youth was desperately dodging all of the attacks. He didn't even have any strength to launch a full counterattack. Occasionally, he would gasp in exhaustion and slash out with several sword energies towards the Dreamland enchantment. However, the Dreamland enchantment wasn't something the yellow-clothed youth could hope to break through. His sword couldn't even cause the barrier to shake. Boy called Lin, I've already caught its attention. Quick, hurry up and attack the sludge monster. Otherwise we'll both die here. The yellow-clothed youth was thinking of escaping and having Lin Ming attack to draw the attention of the sludge monster. However, Lin Ming remained unmoved. Seeing Lin Ming turn a deaf ear to his pleas and not even help just a bit, the yellow-clothed youth became angry. He rushed over to Lin Ming, intending to drag him down too, but Lin Ming was just too speedy and nimble. There was no way the yellow-clothed youth could catch him. Ah! The yellow-clothed youth suddenly let out a miserable cry. His leg had rubbed against some corrosive mucus, and was immediately covered in blood. A wound of this level wasn't enough to disable him, but it made dodging even more difficult. The yellow-clothed youth gritted his teeth and used this life-and-death crisis to push his body to its limits. But he knew that he simply wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. At this time, Lin Ming had already poured a vast majority of the true essence in his body into the heretical god seed, constantly compressing it. The power of the heretical god seed had already been restored to 95%. Just hold on a bit longer. Lin Ming looked at the shaking enchantment barriers around him, his mind in complete concentration. Although the sludge monster was attacking the yellow-clothed youth, every time it did so, the attack would also splash onto the Dreamland enchantment, causing an enormous impact upon it. The sludge monster's strength was over 100,000 jinns. There was no way that the Dreamland enchantment would be able to resist this sort of force for much longer. It's almost ready. Lin Ming could feel that the total compression of the heretical god seed's power was about to be completed, but the Dreamland enchantment wouldn't be able to last much longer. The Dreamland enchantment had a great practical value for Lin Ming. He didn't want to lose it like this. Just as the Dreamland enchantment reached its limit, at that moment, Lin Ming waved his hand and directly stored the Dreamland pearl away. At this time, the heretical god force was fully saturated. Peng! The yellow-clothed youth was slapped by the sludge monster's tentacle. He flew backwards, spitting blood, no different than a broken ragdoll. As the yellow-clothed youth flew back, spitting blood, the air whistling in his ears, he didn't need to look to see that the tentacles were attacking him once again. At this critical moment, the yellow-clothed youth stirred up all of the remaining strength he had, completely willing himself up with his survival instincts, fighting back the intense pain in his organs, and then rushing forwards, barely escaping the fatal blow. He desperately shouted at Lin Ming, If I die, then you'll die an even worse death. Hurry up and attack its eye, its weakness. Otherwise, we'll all die." In the turbulent wind, the yellow-clothed youth's voice was barely audible, cut off again and again. In truth, he didn't know the weakness of the sludge monster. Perhaps the sludge monster didn't even have a weakness. The yellow-clothed youth only said this because he wanted to lure Lin Ming in to attack the sludge monster's eye, angering it. However, the yellow-clothed youth also knew that there was no way a timid and cowardly fellow like Lin Ming would ever attack. But he didn't expect to see Lin Ming's spear and entire body flashing with bright sparks of thunder and flame, incomparably radiant. Seeing this, the yellow-clothed youth was stunned, and then started chuckling to himself. This boy was finally fooled. It seemed that the boy called Lin was finally making his move, and not only that, but it looked like his ultimate strike. With that boy as a diversion, the yellow-clothed youth might be able to survive. A moment ago, he had felt the Dreamland enchantment finally vanish, or he would have hit the barrier. As the Dream World enchantment vanished, the boy called Lin impulsively rushed towards the sludge monster to launch his attack. This attack would inevitably attract the sludge monster towards him. This was the best chance he would have to escape. The yellow-clothed youth could only hope that Lin Ming's attack was strong enough to provoke the sludge monster. He would have thanked Lin Ming in gratitude for giving him this opportunity to escape, but it would have been nothing but a joke. If it wasn't for Lin Ming, how would he ever have been caught in this dangerous situation? He looked forward to seeing Lin Ming die under the sludge monster's strike. The yellow-clothed youth withstood the pain and displayed his highest movement technique to escape. This time, the only thing that mattered to him was escaping all of this. What Green Mulberry City? He didn't care at all about the soldiers' lives, and even Lan Yi's life was nothing compared to this. Wind whistled. Lin Ming opened up the heretical god force, the thunder soul and flame essence in his body intensely trembling. Although everyone could see that Lin Ming was about to launch his attack, no one besides him knew just how terrifying the power of this strike would be. True essence crazily flooded into the heretical god seed. The compressed power of thunder and fire was at its limits, like a dam that was about to burst open. With the purple comet spear in his hand, the power of thunder and fire was enhanced to the extreme. Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Earthcore Crimson Flame. With the Thunder Soul and Flame Essence as its source, this would be the strongest Thunderfire annihilation. Even if Lin Ming opened up the heretical God Force, it would be exceedingly difficult to control its power. The spearpoint faced out. Lin Ming's entire body was twined with arcs of lightning and wreaths of fire. He directly shot towards the sludge monster like a blazing meteor. Time seemed to slow down. The waving tentacles, the shouts of the soldiers, the roar of the beasts, all of this disappeared, leaving only the terrifying reverberations of thunder and fire echoing in the air. Pang! Pang! 2 tentacles swiped at Lin Ming. But they were instantly pierced through by Lin Ming and his spear. The green corrosive mucus was instantly burnt to nothing by the thick power of thunder and fire in the air. Lin Ming rushed towards the sludge monster, overwhelming, unstoppable. Thunderfire annihilation. Bang! An ultimate power broke forth. In the night sky, it was like a purple sun had dawned. A large fissure appeared in the sludge monster, a massive amount of blood and viscous green liquid flowing out. Lin Ming carried on his slaughter straight through, penetrating the sludge monster's body and rushing out the other side, a shower of green blood appearing in his wake. Hoo-ay! A gorgeous and shining pillar of flame and thunder pierced into the sky. The sludge monster roared in pain. Flames lit the entire night sky. Countless vicious beasts were charred alive by the fire. There were innumerable casualties as vicious beasts fell to the floor. Even the nearby yellow-clothed youth almost died. The flame's shock wave smashed into him, sending him tumbling onto the floor, his hair and clothes burnt. At this time, he couldn't care about these things. He could only look at that raging inferno with incredulity, feeling the life force of the sludge monster weakening, his heart shaking. The sludge monster died. How? What? Just what had happened? The sludge monster seemed to be the leader of the second tide of vicious beasts. As its corpse burnt within the fire, all of the vicious beasts stopped as if they had lost all of their courage and stopped attacking. Every vicious beast turned towards the sludge monster that was wrapped in a cloak of flame. Then, after several breaths of time, they began to retreat like an ebbing tide, running away from Green Mulberry City. Hoo-a-la-la-la. Soon, all of the vicious beasts on the battlefield retreated, leaving behind only corpses. The vicious beasts retreated. All of Green Mulberry City's soldiers, standing among mounds of flesh and blood, their bodies exhausted and barely able to stand, could hardly believe as they watched the vicious beasts retreat. That dreadful inferno that pierced through the heavens seemed to cast a warmth on their bodies, heating up their cold spirits. We won. No one could believe this as they stared at the giant hill that was the sludge monster. That invincible sludge monster had actually been killed by Lin Ming in one move. We won. The vicious beasts have retreated. After a moment of silence, all of the soldiers burst out in thunderous cheers. Many people embraced each other in excitement, hot tears streaking down their faces. The tears ran down faces that were matted with dust and blood, leaving behind clear traces. These soldiers were different from Lin Ming. After all, they were only mortal. If Green Mulberry City could not be defended, Lin Ming could freely retreat. But as for them, they did not have such a luxury. During this war, the soldiers who came were already prepared to die on this battlefield. The vicious beast tide seemed endless. They were already at their limits, but then the sludge monster had appeared, and the vicious beasts grew increasingly violent, nearly overwhelming their hearts. However, against everyone's expectations, the sludge monster had been utterly destroyed by Lin Ming in a single strike. After the amazing reversal that followed, they had won. Beside the sludge monster, Lin Ming knelt on the floor, propping himself up with his spear. His energy consumption had been massive. This single blow had exhausted a full 60% of his true essence. With his current strength, even though he had opened the heretical God Force and also had the increased power of the purple comet spear, he couldn't use the full strength of Thunderfire annihilation. He was just barely able to use 70 to 80% of its strength. Even so, it had still drained him of so much energy. As Lin Ming looked at the giant pyre of flames, he took a deep breath and pulled out a pill from his spatial ring, eating it to help restore his true essence. Although it sounded terrifying that he had killed the sludge monster in a single blow, This didn't mean that Lin Ming had strength equal to a sect's peak Hutian martial artist. The sludge monster had a massive body, and it was also slow. In the end, it couldn't avoid attacks and became an easy target. Lin Ming's most outstanding aspect was his attack power. Once he used Thunderfire Annihilation, its power was truly earth-shattering. But, when facing a top Hutian martial artist like Qin Zia, he might not have the chance to do so. Chapter 333 Lan Yi's Request. Chapter 333 Lan Yi's Request. Chapter 333, Lan Yi's Request. The flames burned brightly. Lin Ming carried the purple comet spear and walked towards the flames. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy rushed forth, dividing the flames and revealing a passageway. The sludge monster had already stopped struggling. There were only a few tentacles that were still roasting in the fiery heat, curling up as they burnt to ash. With a single spear, Lin Ming slashed apart the sludge monster, walking directly into its body. Kai kai kai. Green mucus fell like rain, but it was all burnt away by flames. A moment later, Lin Ming took out a fist-sized inner core pearl from the sludge monster, placing it into a spatial ring. All vicious beasts above the 4th level had core pearls within them. Whether it was for alchemy or for countering poisons, the sludge monster's core pearl would be an extremely good material. Naturally, Lin Ming wouldn't leave it. The sludge monster's sinews were also a good material. But the sludge monster had been slashed apart by Lin Ming, and had also been charred black. These sinews no longer had any value. The flames separated into a path as Lin Ming carried his purple comet spear and walked out from the blazing inferno, his spearpoint leading the way. At this time, his hair was loose, and he was covered in residual arcs of purple lightning and flame. At this moment, he looked like a peerless demon god. The person closest to Lin Ming was the yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect. The yellow-clothed youth was slumped on the ground, exhausted. As he watched Lin Ming emerge from the fire, his lips twitched, and his eyes were blank like he had lost his soul. He thought that Lin Ming was inviting death with that spear of his, but he never imagined that a single blow was able to kill the sludge monster. This was a 5th-level vicious beast, whose strength was comparable to a peak Hutian martial artist. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation was only at the mere middle pulse condensation period. Who was he? The yellow-clothed youth was very clear just how terrifying it was to have this strength at this cultivation, and at such a young age. It was impossible for him to be unknown. At this moment, he heard a rallying cry spread through the entire army, as if it were an endless tide. Long live Hero Lin! Long live Hero Lin! Long live Hero Lin! Long live Hero Lin! To an ordinary soldier, Lin Ming was their benefactor and also their savior. Without Lin Ming, not only would they have died, but all their family that stood behind them would have been turned to bones by the vicious beast tide. Surname Lin. His surname was Lin. A 16-year-old genius surnamed Lin. A name suddenly popped up in the yellow-clothed youth's heart, causing him to be completely petrified. He sat on the ground like a statue, watching as Lin Ming walked past him. The cheers continued. Lin Ming looked in the distance to see that the soldiers were all blooded, but they were cheering in high spirits, and his mood became complex. In this battle, the ones that had the greatest impact were the masters. But, if these soldiers hadn't used their own bodies to create a wall of flesh and blood to block off the beast tide, then no matter how strong Lin Ming was, or how many vicious beasts he killed, they would have broken into Green Mulberry City and killed innocents. In this fight, these ordinary soldiers had paid the greatest cost, but the cheers and accolades they received were the least. He even saw a soldier who had lost his arm in battle. After a simple rap to staunch the bleeding, this soldier used all of his weary strength to raise his right arm, saluting Lin Ming. At this moment, Lin Ming's heart suddenly felt heavy. This was a war of mortals. In an army that was once 10,000 strong, there were now only a few thousand left. To the soldiers, being able to survive, or knowing that their families were safe, was already the best possible result. Thinking of the culprit that was behind this entire farce, the South Sea Demon region, Lin Ming's mind and heart filled with waves of surging hatred. To a lofty 5th-grade sect, the lives of mortals were no different than ants. In order to swallow Divine Phoenix Island and the South Horizon region, And to warn the 19 third-grade sects, the South Sea Demon region didn't hesitate for a second before setting off a terrifying beast tide that embroiled the entire Divine Phoenix province. Because of their actions, death reigned everywhere, and countless innocent lives were lost. Lin Ming walked towards the army camp and hadn't even arrived when he was swarmed by people. They were all being led by high-level people of Green Mulberry City such as Lin Wanshan and Zhuang Fan. That vivid image of Lin Ming killing the sludge monster with a single strike of his spear could be described as a miracle. The monster was the size of a hill, but was stabbed to death with a single move. Purple lightning and roaring flames had impacted the heavens. This had left a greatly humbling impact upon everyone watching. The Salt Clan's Shalinkai had a very ruddy complexion, red with excitement. He laughed loudly and said, "Hero Lin, you are truly a war god reincarnate." He was ready to let out some more praise, when he found that something didn't seem right about Lin Ming's condition. "Hero Lin, is everything all right?" Lin Ming waved his hand and said, "I'm good. I just need to rest for a moment." Lin Ming had only consumed too much energy. It wasn't because he was injured by the sludge monster. The sludge monster had a great deal of corrosive mucus in its body, but most of it was burnt away by the power of thunder and fire. As for the rest, it wasn't able to melt through Lin Ming's protective true essence. At this time, a white-clothed girl came out from the crowd. Her delicate red lips parted, and she carefully called out, "Sir Lin." This girl was Lan Yi. She had seen all she needed in that brief moment to confirm that this was Lin Ming. Within all of the talents of the 19 third-grade sects, who could display this level of power besides Lin Ming? In fact, according to Lan Yi's impression, Lin Ming should not have had this amount of terrifying combat strength. This was not strength that a pulse condensation period martial artist should have. In fact, there were even certain elders within the moon-seizing sect that couldn't match up. The moon-seizing sect was a relatively weak and small sect, and some of the outer court elders were only at the peak Hutian realm. Their attack power would never reach this level. For a 16-year to have attack power that compared favorably to an outer court elder of the moon-seizing sect. Lin Ming truly deserved his title as the top talent and young genius within the 19 third-grade sects. Lan Yi never expected that she would meet Lin Ming in such a remote mortal city. Naturally, she would not miss this rare opportunity. Lin Ming looked up at Lan Yi. "What's the matter?" At this point, Lin Ming was able to confirm that Lan Yi had recognized him. The reason she repeatedly approached him must be because she had some matter to discuss. "Sir Lin, this is a blue lotus pill. It can help you recover your strength." As Lan Yi spoke, she took out a small bottle from her spatial ring. A rich aroma emitted from the pill. It was indeed a top-grade pill. "I don't need it." Lin Ming waved. "I already have pills. If Miss Lan has any matters to discuss, please speak frankly." This. For a moment, Lan Yi seemed somewhat embarrassed. To brazenly and openly ask others for help was quite difficult. At this point, Shalinkai also revealed a mischievous smile, his eyes lighting up with a hee-hee expression. He gave Lin Ming a meaningful glance, silently saying, "Brother, you are very fierce," and quickly excused himself and left. Obviously, to Shalinkai, Lan Yi was infatuated with Lin Ming. To him, this was a completely normal matter. After all, beautiful women loved heroes, the two were of a similar age, and Lin Ming had an attractive aura to him. As Shalinkai thought that he was being clever, this caused Lan Yi to be even more embarrassed. She coughed and said, "Sir Lin, I would like to request a favor. May I speak with you alone?" "All right, let's go to the army compound." Lin Ming also wanted to understand how the moon-seizing sect was attacked, so he didn't reject her. Chapter 334 Moon-Seizing Sects Hidden Treasures. Chapter 334 Moon-Seizing Sects Hidden Treasures. Chapter 334 Moon-Seizing Sects Hidden Treasures. Seeing Lin Ming and Lan Yi's departing forms, Zhuang Fan glanced at Lin Wanshan and said, "Old Lin, Lin Ming is 16 this year, isn't he? Millimeter, it's about time for engagement." According to the traditions of Sky Fortune Kingdom, once a man reached 16 years of age and became an adult, he could be engaged, and once he reached 18 years of age, he could get married. But a martial artist was fundamentally different. It wasn't strange for a Xiantian realm martial artist to not be married even at 100 years of age. Lin Wanshan didn't know what sort of plans Lin Ming had for marriage, or if he even planned to. With a single word from Lin Wanshan, he could decide who a common Lin family junior would have to marry. If they wanted to marry who they wanted, they would have to leave the family. But as for something so important as Lin Ming's marriage, that was something that Lin Wanshan had absolutely no power to influence. It would all be up to Lin Ming's own choice. Zhuang Fan sighed, then shook his head. He casually spoke a few words regarding Lin Ming's age of engagement, but Lin Ming was destined to never marry into their Zhuang family as a son-in-law. Their Zhuang family simply couldn't produce a daughter that was able to match up to Lin Ming. He guessed that every noble family in Sky Fortune City already had their eyes on him. As long as Lin Ming revealed the slightest bit of interest, all of the noble families would probably line up their daughters, waiting in line to deliver them up to Lin Ming, even willing to send them off as concubines. Lin Ming's tent was in the center of the army camp. The arrangements inside were very simple, but actually very comfortable. There was a sturdy wooden cot that was covered with clean cotton sheets. Because it was pressed a bit too much, it was a little hard to sit on. Sit. Lin Ming indicated the wooden cot as he spoke to Lan Yi. Sir Lin, my name is Ju Xinyu. The name of Lan Yi was only my childhood nickname. The reason that Lan Yi hadn't given her true name was because she wanted to conceal her identity. But now that she was requesting something from Lin Ming, she naturally had to be honest in her intentions. Ju Xinyu, Lin Ming thought back and remembered that in Divine Phoenix Island's joint talent training program, there was a girl with this name. She was one of the 50 human step talents. Miss Ju is a disciple of the moon-seizing sect. Ju Xinyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. There was no longer any reason to hide her identity, and this was easily found out. I'm sorry, but could Miss Ju tell me who destroyed the moon-seizing sect? Lin Ming tried to make his tone as gentle as possible as he poured a pot of tea, in order to not aggravate her wounds. As the topic of her sect's destruction was brought up, a look of hatred mingled with sorrow in Ju Xinyu's eyes. She still vividly recalled that bloody day when her master had died a tragic death. They were all revolving core masters. 7 of them in total. Ju Xinyu spat out between clenched teeth. Within the entire moon-seizing sect, only their highest elder had barely managed to break through to the revolving core realm. Even with several dozens of Xiantian masters combined together, none of them could block the slaughtering rampage of 7 revolving core powerhouses. There was even one at the middle revolving core stage. Lin Ming's heart sank. With this extermination lineup, even the 7 profound valleys would face certain doom. Even Peacock Mountain and Falling Cloud sect would suffer serious losses. He let out a heavy breath and then continued, and what matter does Miss Ju have to discuss with me? Millimeter, that is, I want to join Divine Phoenix Island. I would like to ask that Sir Lin recommend me, if possible. I would like to have a chance to study Divine Phoenix Island's core cultivation methods. I would be very grateful. Ju Xinyu started out a bit embarrassed, but afterwards just spoke her request in one go. She had originally planned to befriend Lin Ming and then slowly lay down her request, but now that the situation has become like this, there was no point in beating around the bush. You want to study the core cultivation methods? Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. If it was simply a recommendation, then Lin Ming would easily be able to help. With Ju Xinyu's talent, it wouldn't be too difficult to join Divine Phoenix Island. However, if he wanted to recommend her to study the core cultivation methods, then that was something he wouldn't be able to do. Divine Phoenix Island had 2 main core cultivation method manuals, Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle as well as Blue Luan Abstract Phantom Code. These were the both legacies left behind by the ancient Phoenix clan. They were incomparably precious. These 2 cultivation methods were normally only passed down to core disciples. Ordinary disciples could only study the most superficial knowledge of them. Even Lin Ming, who hadn't yet officially joined Divine Phoenix Island, was only taught the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Not only that, but Lin Ming had also made a pledge on his heart of martial arts that he wouldn't leak out this cultivation method. This was because there were too many profound secrets contained within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle as well as Blue Luan Abstract Phantom Code. As the legacies of the ancient Phoenix clan, it was said that if one managed to cultivate them to the highest realm, one's body would be like a phoenix, and they would be able to rebirth in a nirvana of flames, immortal and indestructible. Such a precious ancient legacy was enough to cause many powerhouses to covet it, even with all the flaws they had. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and Blue Luan Abstract Phantom Code were difficult to cultivate if one didn't have the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird or Blue Luan. Of course, this didn't mean that one couldn't cultivate it entirely. In the history of Divine Phoenix Island, there was once a demonic man who cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods, and had stolen away the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island to plunder her primordial yin, so that he could double cultivate the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Like this, a catastrophe was brought down upon Divine Phoenix Island. But Divine Phoenix Island had learned from this grave mistake. From that point on, they had strictly controlled these secrets. "I apologize, I cannot help you," Lin Ming said, directly rejecting Lan Yi. The core cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island are only passed down to the core disciples. If you could become a core disciple, then you don't need my help to do so. Ju Xinyu was stunned, and then her entire complexion was colored with disappointment. Core disciple. With her talent, the most she could be was an outer court disciple. There was no way she could compete against the inner court disciples, much less a core disciple. Thinking of the vengeance she needed to take for her master and her sect, Ju Xinyu absent-mindedly asked, "Divine Phoenix Island will not pass on the core cultivation methods to inner court disciples?" Lin Ming shook his head. An inner court disciple can only learn the first few layers of the core cultivation methods. Divine Phoenix Island is very strict in the management of their core cultivation methods. "Sorry, but I simply cannot help you, Sir Lin." Ju Xinyu had a begging expression, but the words she wanted to say were caught in her throat. Her original intent was to produce a few heaven-opening pills as a reward for Lin Ming's help. But now it appeared that heaven-opening pills were useless. Lin Ming wasn't lacking in heaven-opening pills. According to what Ju Xinyu had heard, Lin Ming had already obtained 3 heaven-opening pills. Once Lin Ming stepped into the Hutian realm, there would probably be more. A core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island probably received similar treatment to Lin Ming. To use a few heaven-opening pills in exchange for the treatment of a core disciple was simply too naive. Ju Xinyu was aware that with her own talent, the most she could achieve would be becoming an inner court disciple. There was no way she would ever be able to learn the full core cultivation method manuals and enter into the revolving core realm. Divine Phoenix Island was too strong. A core disciple had a high chance of entering the revolving core realm, otherwise, this revolving core realm would be too worthless. Did she really have to put out that? If she gave it to Mu Qianyu, she might be able to trade it for a core disciple position. But the price was too steep. After the moon-seizing sect was destroyed, the treasure that they left behind was the hope of her master, as well as the hope for the future revival of the moon-seizing sect. Without it, even if she became a core disciple and was able to learn the core cultivation methods, it would be too difficult to step into the revolving core realm. But if she had it, then she wouldn't be able to reach the revolving core realm as she wouldn't have a high-grade cultivation method. If she didn't reach the revolving core realm, she wouldn't have the qualifications to avenge her master or rebuild the moon-seizing sect. As Ju Xinyu thought of this, her mind was torn. "I've disturbed Sir Lin, excuse me." Ju Xinyu barely smiled, and then quietly left the tent. As she left, Lin Ming saw her desolate back, and he suddenly sighed with emotion. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "I will bring this up with Divine Phoenix Island's Miss Mu. However, what she does will depend on her." Ju Xinyu was happy. She hurriedly thanked Lin Ming and said, "Thank you Sir Lin, I will engrave this kindness within my mind." After Ju Xinyu profusely thanked him, she finally left. Lin Ming could only shake his head. The road of a martial artist was fraught with hardships and emotions. Talents such as Ju Xinyu may seem like fairy maidens to a common mortal, but if they truly wished to reach the revolving core realm, they had to pay a great cost. In order for a common martial artist to earn a few resources, they had to venture through lands filled with vicious beasts and risk their lives to hunt for precious materials. These materials were also what young and beautiful girls sought from the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction. In order to reach the pulse condensation period and extend their lives, they would exchange their own virginity for the longer-lasting youth. These sect talents were the envy of countless others. In order to search for lucky opportunities, they would enter into dangerous lands and possibly die. The road of martial artists seemed bright and attractive, but once one stepped onto it, it was full of thorns and perils. If one fell off for any reason, there was no more hope for them. Ju Xinyu had a wish and obsession to revive her sect and avenge her master. This obsession was truly worthy of Lin Ming's pity and respect. However, at most, Lin Ming would only be able to mention this subject to Mu Qianyu. He couldn't help her in any substantial way. No longer thinking about these things, Lin Ming closed the tent curtains and then took out a spatial ring. This spatial ring was left behind by Bai Luo. After Lin Ming killed Bai Luo, he had only taken the spatial ring because he was in a hurry to return to the battlefield. He hadn't had time to investigate what was inside. Bai Luo had a limited status within the 7 Profound Valleys. Lin Ming didn't have much hope that there would be anything within that was too valuable. He started with the mindset that it would be like looking for meat in a mosquito leg, and he began to remove the objects inside one at a time. There were several medium-grade human step treasures, as well as a high-grade human step treasure sword and flexible armor. There were several bottles of high-grade pills for a Hutian realm martial artist to increase their cultivation, over 1,000 true essence stones, and several jade slips. There was no need to look at treasures like the flexible armor. To Lin Ming, these treasures were things he could just give away. As for the high-grade cultivation pills, those were barely up to standards. They were probably gifted by Ouyang Boyan, so it would be useful to keep them. As for the 1,000 true essences tones, they were better than nothing. Afterwards, Lin Ming picked up the jade slips and began to casually glance through them. Suddenly, he was surprised. Millimeter? There was a medium-grade Earth-Step Auxiliary Secret Skill jade slip. To a sect, core secret skills were the unique legacies of those sects. For instance, Divine Phoenix Island's Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, and the Acacia faction's Divine Acacia Power had no grade. But there were some secret skills that were spread out and thus obtained a grade. A medium-grade Earthstep Cultivation Method Jade Slip was equal to a top medium-grade Earthstep treasure in value. Initially, when Lin Ming had learned the body-tearing bone-shattering fist, that had only been an incomplete medium-grade Earthstep martial skill. But the abstract principles found within were extremely profound. Although a medium-grade Earthstep auxiliary secret skill was just a bit lower in value, it was more than enough to exchange for 2 heaven-opening pills. This Bai Luo, he was actually thinking of trade for 2 heaven-opening pills with this secret skill after he reached peak Hutian, and then breaking through to the Xiantian realm. How ambitious! Lin Ming didn't think that Bai Luo's treasure trove was so deep that it would have such a precious treasure. As Lin Ming swept through the contents of the cultivation method, his heart immediately stirred. This was a set of appearance-changing and concealment method. No wonder Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique and concealment skill had been so superb. Chapter 335 Concealment Technique. Chapter 335 Concealment Technique. Chapter 335 Concealment Technique. Lin Ming hadn't been able to see through Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique. When Bai Luo had lured Lin Ming into a trap by telling him of the Seraphic Pond Mountain, whether it was temperament, appearance, or breath, all of those were indistinguishable from the true Qin Xia. Even though Lin Ming felt that something was strange during that time, he was still tricked. This was because Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique was simply too perfect. At that time, Lin Ming thought that he couldn't see through Bai Luo's disguise because their strength was too far apart. But now, Bai Luo had changed into an old man, and Lin Ming's strength was beyond Bai Luo's. Still, even though he had correctly guessed Bai Luo's identity, even though he widened his eyes and looked, releasing his entire perception, he still didn't manage to see a single flaw in Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique. Lin Ming had to admit that Bai Luo's disguise was too clever. Moreover, Lin Ming cultivated the overbearing soul tactic, so his soul force and perception were far beyond that of a martial artist at the same level. Afterwards, he had comprehended the samsara martial intent and his perception had taken another step forwards. Even so, he was completely powerless to see through Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique. Lin Ming had thought that this sort of appearance-changing technique came from the Mirage faction, and was a technique that was known by all the disciples of the Mirage faction. But now that he thought of it some more, during the Total Faction martial meeting when he had fought the Mirage faction core disciple Bai Tinghua, he had seen through his illusions. It was impossible for every disciple of the Mirage faction to be as fierce as Bai Luo, otherwise it would simply be too absurd. Not only was Bai Luo skilled in appearance-changing techniques, but he was also skilled in concealment techniques. Usually, a martial artist had to reach the Xiantian realm and achieve the state of returning to one's true origin in order to hide their cultivation. Bai Luo was still short of this, but he could hide in the army so that Lin Ming couldn't discover where he was. Even after Lin Ming had rushed deep into the tide of vicious beasts, he hadn't even noticed Bai Luo until the very last moment before he was attacked. Lin Ming sighed. This auxiliary secret skill was just far too formidable. He had no idea where Bai Luo managed to obtain it, but it was probably at some ancient site. If he exchanged it at the 7 profound valleys, he would probably be able to obtain several heaven-opening pills, more than enough to help him reach the Xiantian realm. The reason that Bai Luo hadn't exchanged it immediately was most likely because he was trying to keep a low profile. After all, his cultivation was insufficient and he wouldn't be able to immediately swallow the heaven-opening pills. Once it was revealed that he had so many heaven-opening pills on his body, it was possible he would suffer a catastrophe when others coveted them. Bai Luo's plan was to wait until he reached the peak Hutian realm, and then exchange the secret skill with the 7 profound valleys for the heaven-opening pills as soon as possible. If Bai Luo hadn't run into Lin Ming, then he might have actually reached the Xiantian realm. Lin Ming began to read the Jade Slip. The more he read, the more impressed he was. Not only was the concealment method able to hide cultivation and true essence fluctuations, but it could also change one's personal appearance. The only flaw of the otherwise perfect technique was that it couldn't hide one's killing intent. It was when Bai Luo had released a faint killing intent that he was found out by Lin Ming. As for Bai Luo's appearance and true essence fluctuations, he had hidden them very well. From beginning to end, there wasn't even the slightest flaw. This sort of secret skill didn't have any combat strength, but it was very practical for Lin Ming. There was no need to mention how broad and useful an appearance-changing technique was, but in conjunction with the concealment technique, it could be used in sneak attacks and could also be useful in escaping. Lin Ming was thinking of immediately studying this secret skill, but a flame suddenly lit in front of him. This was a sound-transmitting talisman from Qin Zia. The message was very simple. Qin Zia informed Lin Ming that early the next morning he would be arriving at Green Mulberry City with several masters, including Qin Xingxuan and Mr. Mui. Martial House Master Qin is coming. Lin Ming was surprised. He didn't think that even before the support from the 7 profound valleys arrived, Qin Zia would come first. From the eruption of the beast tide until now, it had only been 2 days and 2 nights. Qin Zia needed to arrange sending the lower-rank disciples of the 7 profound martial house to a safe city, and then also inventory the property and resources and pack up. In addition to the time it took to fly here, it was already a very fast pace. Although Qin Zia did this because he owed Lin Ming a favor, Lin Ming was still very grateful. Martial House Master Qin should have already obtained a heaven-opening pill, but he shouldn't have had time to eat it yet. Once he takes the heaven-opening pill, he will need to go into seclusion for a short period of time. The chances of Martial House Master Qin breaking through to the Xiantian realm are gigantic. Once he does, he will become a 7 profound valleys elder. Once he arrives tomorrow morning, the safety of the city will be set. So, there are finally some matters which I don't have to be scrupulous about. I guess it's time to clear out some trash. Thinking this, Lin Ming's figure disappeared from his tent. At this time, in the army commander's tent, Zhu Ping still hadn't taken off his armor. He was sitting at the table, looking at the casualty report in his hands. But as he glanced at the report, Zhu Ping's thoughts were in chaos. He didn't even know what was written on that report. One matter was very clear. That master that Ouyang Boyon sent had died, killed at the hands of Lin Ming. This was a late Hutian master from a sect, yet he was still killed by Lin Ming? Zhu Ping's hands began to sweat. His treasure sword was on the table, but this sword wasn't even able to give him the slightest sense of security. Before now, he had heard that Sky Fortune Kingdom's royal family took orders from the 7 Profound Valleys. But to Zhu Ping, the 7 Profound Valleys was an extremely remote existence. No matter how terrifying its influence was, or how strong its disciples were, Zhu Ping had no clear understanding. With the backing of a master, in addition to the many masters of the army, he hadn't even placed Lin Ming's strength in his eyes. He had subconsciously looked down on Lin Ming, thinking of him as a snotty-nosed brat that had just managed to run into a great stroke of luck. He was thinking of killing him in the chaos and saving the Zhu family. However, now it seemed that his idea was just laughably absurd. This night, he had seen Lin Ming kill a sludge monster with a single spear strike, letting loose an aura that was like a pitilessly evil demonic god. Seeing this had caused all of Zhu Ping's courage to shatter into tiny pieces. The youth that he tried to have killed actually turned out to be such a terrible demon. Now, if Zhu Ping looked at Lin Ming, all he felt was a fearful pressure that made his heart sink. This was the feeling of one's fate being completely in the hands of another. Zhu Ping had even thought of escaping this night. But Green Mulberry City was surrounded by vicious beasts all around. Where would he be able to run to? It shouldn't matter, at most he only suspects me, there is no evidence. Also, I'm the commander of the army. If he kills me, the morale of the troops will falter and they'll fall into chaos. Zhu Ping thought aloud, comforting himself. Before now, he had even thought of an excuse to absolve himself of any guilt. Although he didn't expect that Lin Ming trusted him, Zhu Ping was sure that Lin Ming only had some speculative thoughts, and no true proof. Although he was just a mere mortal, he was still the commander of Green Mulberry City's garrison troops. During this beast tide, he couldn't be killed on a whim. Thinking this, Zhu Ping calmed down. He took up the report in his hand and began to review it with a red ink brush. The higher the position one was in, the more drunk they were on power, and the more they latched onto authority. They feared losing it and dying, especially someone as young as Zhu Ping. He was only 40 years old, and had broken through to the pulse condensation period with his own strength. He had an excellent future, and over 100 years of life still to enjoy. Like this, how could he not fear death? He took a deep breath, then began to write. Because he was somewhat distraught, his handwriting was crooked from his trembling hands. At this moment, a nightmarish voice abruptly sounded out, "Army Commander Zhu, you seem a bit cold." Ah! Zhu Ping reflexively recoiled, throwing away the red ink brush in his hands like he had been bitten by a snake. He looked before the table, and saw a black-clothed youth standing there like a demon. This was Lin Ming, young hero Lin. Zhu Ping's throat was dry, his complexion pale. He reluctantly managed to compose himself, and calmly said, Young hero Lin visits so late at night, I welcome you." Lin Ming casually sat in a chair, and flatly said, "Zhu Ping, there's no need to put on an act or play games with me. I'll ask you now, how many people does Ouyang Boyon have in Green Mulberry City?" Ouyang Boyon? The 7 Profound Valleys elder, Mr. Ouyang? Young hero Lin, I am such an unimportant person, how could I possibly know anything about Mr. Ouyang's matters? Zhu Ping forced out with a bitter smile. Really? Lin Ming sneered. He hadn't had any hopes that Zhu Ping would actually know Ouyang Boyon's plans. Well. Lin Ming stretched out a finger, and lightning crackled on his fingertip. "You can die now." Zhu Ping suddenly stiffened, his face filled with fear. He was preparing to justify himself and give out some excuses. Wait. Young hero Lin, I.P.U. A purple light directly pierced Zhu Ping's throat. Zhu Ping's frightened eyes opened wide, as if he couldn't believe this reality. His throat broken, blood began to crazily spurt out. Zhu Ping futilely held onto his throat as if he was trying to block the blood from oozing out. Zhu Ping never thought that as the commander of Green Mulberry City's garrison army, a Viscount of Sky Fortune Kingdom, as well as a pulse condensation period martial artist and an important character of Green Mulberry City's Zhu family, he would actually be sentenced to death here without even a trial. When Lin Ming killed Zhu Ping, he had first laid down the Dreamland enchantment so that he wouldn't disturb anyone. It wasn't that he was afraid of anyone. With his status and power, he only needed to find a casual reason to take Zhu Ping's life, and no one would have been able to dispute him. The reason that he had let Zhu Ping live up to this point was because Zhu Ping was the commander of Green Mulberry City's 10,000 garrison troops. During the invasion of the Beast Tide, it was impossible for Lin Ming to kill the commander. But now that Qin Zia was about to arrive and the situation would soon be decided, keeping someone like Zhu Ping around was pointless. The reason that he laid down the Dreamland enchantment was that he didn't want to alarm the soldiers and cause the morale of the troops to be unstable. Once tomorrow arrived and Qin Zia came, everything would be fine. Lin Ming turned Zhu Ping's corpse to ashes with the Earthcore Crimson Flame, then returned to his own tent and ate some pills as he sat down in meditation, awaiting the arrival of tomorrow. However, tonight was destined to not be a tranquil night. Several uninvited guests silently appeared outside Green Mulberry City's army camp, lurking in the dark of night. "Is it here?" a man wearing a bamboo hat asked. The bamboo hat blocked part of the man's face, only revealing a sinister pair of eyes that shined with greed. He had searched so hard, and he had finally found it. Behind the bamboo hat man, there were also 5 to 6 men. Their cultivations ranged from the pulse condensation period to the Hutian realm, and several of them had a faint crescent symbol on their chest, marking their identities. These people were from the moon-seizing sect. Chapter 336 Sharing Secrets. Chapter 336 Sharing Secrets. Chapter 336 Sharing Secrets. My sense towards the Golden Wing shouldn't be wrong, only if she didn't ride the Golden Wing. Within the 5 to 6 men, a short, average-looking man spoke out in a low and grating voice. His beady eyes flashed as he stared at the far-off army camp. The Golden Wing that this man spoke about was the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. The South Horizon region was a vast, limitless land. Once one left the moon-seizing sect, the horizon was endless and complex, no matter where one went. To the west was the convoluted southern wilderness. If one wanted to hide in the southern wilderness, they could hide themselves in any small tribe. If one didn't have a special method of searching, looking for someone there would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. This group of people came all this way to track down Zhu Xinyu. The short man used to be the handler of the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. Although he was weak, he had been born with a special talent that allowed him to communicate with animals. In order to avoid losing the precious golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, he had developed a special link with it, and was able to sense it in a range of several hundred thousands of miles. These were all survivors of the moon-seizing sect. They had found this small man and had used him as a guide. Together, they had crossed mountains and rivers, crossing the southern wilderness, and suffering the countless vicious beasts along the way, and now they had finally caught up to Zhu Xinyu. Hee. I didn't think she would hide in a city of mortals. The bamboo hat man licked his lips, seeming extremely excited. Second uncle, although this little girl's cultivation is only at the peak pulse condensation period, apprentice Uncle Shui, you may have left her some hidden cards which she can use to escape. Also, there are many people in this army camp. Once chaos breaks out, it will be easy to lose her. First, I'll put down a barrier formation. Then even if she has wings, she won't be able to escape. Cough cough, a middle-aged man wrapped in black fog coughed. His face was unnaturally grey, he had apparently been injured. How are we going to deal with these mortals? The man called second uncle casually asked. If we can successfully catch Zhu Xinyu without leaking any secrets, then we can let them go. After all, this is the area of the 7 profound valleys. If we kill too many people here, it will be too troublesome. But if the secret is revealed, we have no choice but to kill them and blame the Beast Tide. The Beast Tide is wreaking havoc everywhere these past days. An army of a few thousand disappearing isn't anything unusual. The bamboo hat man sounded extremely cold and indifferent. To a sect martial artist, the lives of a few thousand mortals were simply nothing at all. Good, Then we'll proceed as you say. As the second uncle spoke, he took out an array disc, preparing to lay down the array formation. The others also helped him. This array formation wasn't anything too complicated, it could only hold down a master for a brief period of time, but this was enough to stop Ju Sinyu and capture her. Also, this barrier formation had an addition role, and that was to disallow mortals from escaping. As they were disciples of the moon-seizing sect, once it was known by the 7 profound valleys that they were wantonly slaughtering mortals within their domain, it would be extremely troublesome. As the bamboo hat man was placing down the barrier array a step at a time, he took off his hat, revealing a very handsome face that was only marred by the fierce and brutal gaze that emitted from his eyes. He sneered as he spoke to himself, "Apprentice Uncle Shui Yu, you were too biased and cruel. Now, do not blame me, Huang Sanping, for being heartless." In the middle of the night, the moon was bright in the sky. Lin Ming was meditating in his tent, combining various medicines and a medium-grade true essence stone in order to recover his strength. At this time, Lin Ming took out the jade slip from the spatial ring that Bu Luo had left behind. He had briefly studied the skills within the jade slip, and found that they weren't too hard to cultivate. He was about to enter the ethereal martial intent and ponder the contents of the jade slip, when suddenly, his heart stirred. "Heh!" Lin Ming quietly and slowly got up from his bed, moving towards the tent's windows like a dexterous cat. He drew open the curtains and looked out, seeing the deep blue starry sky and the endlessly black hills. He didn't see anything different, but he had clearly detected an unusual true essence fluctuation just a moment ago. There was someone lying in ambush. Lin Ming's complexion sank. As he was thinking of how to deal with them, at that moment, he saw the silhouettes of 4 people riding 2 heavenly wind eagles in the distance, flying over to the army compound at a leisurely pace. Although they were very far and the light was dim, Lin Ming was still able to clearly see all of their appearances. They were dressed unusually, and their clothing was covered with dust. Obviously, they had traveled a long and tiresome journey. Of these 4 people, 2 of them were at the pulse condensation period, and the other 2 were at the Hutian realm. One was at the middle Hutian realm, but the other one, a middle-aged man whose entire body was wrapped in a shroud of darkness, was shockingly at the peak Hutian realm, not too far off from Xiantian. Seeing this, Lin Ming's expression changed. Looking at the thickness of their true essence, they were most likely martial artists from a sect. As Lin Ming was right now, he was not a match for a sect's peak Hutian martial artists. As they closed in, one of the Hutian martial artists took out a purple bead from their spatial ring, and tossed it into the sky without hesitation. There was a loud explosion, like a thunderclap striking the earth, and then a violent shock wave burst forth with a turbulent surge of wind, lifting up all of the nearby tents in the army camp. All sorts of weapons, clothing, food, bedding, and other items were thrown into the air, and dozens of soldiers that had been fast asleep were blown upwards by the blast, then fell down onto the ground, turning black and blue from the bruises and pitifully screaming out in pain. The army camp was in immediate chaos. Many soldiers assumed that the beast tide had come again, and hastily grabbed their weapons and rushed out to meet the beast tide. With the ever-present threat of the beast tide, the soldiers hadn't taken off their armor, but in the rush, many of them had taken the wrong weapon, wore the wrong shoes, or wore the wrong helmet. After the second beast tide and been repelled, Ju Sinyu had stayed in the army camp because she wanted to speak to Lin Ming more. As she heard the loud thunderous roar, she immediately dressed and came out from her tent. As she looked into the sky, she was immediately stunned. Huang Sanping, Huang Zishuan, why are they here? Ju Sinyu was confused for a brief moment. Huang Sanping was the other genius from the moon-seizing sect that had been selected for Divine Phoenix Island's joint talent training program. He didn't die. Why would he be here with second uncle Huang Zishuan? Were they looking for her? Thinking of the possible reasons, Ju Sinyu seemed to suddenly realize something, and her expression immediately changed. This is bad. She was frightened like a squirrel and immediately retreated back to her tent, her face draining of color. Although Ju Sinyu had grown up since childhood at the moon-seizing sect and was inexperienced about the ways of the world, she was no fool. She didn't think that Huang Sanping came here looking for lost disciples of the moon-seizing sect in order to rebuild the sect together. Huang Sanping must have known what she had on her body, and was eyeing the treasures of her master all along. What should I do? Zhu Xinyu panicked. She didn't know why Huang Sanping hadn't died, or why he knew what treasure was on her, or how he had pursued her all the way to Green Mulberry City. But what she did know was that the man with Huang Sanping was their second uncle from the moon-seizing sect, an outer court elder, and a master who was only a step away from reaching the Xiantian realm. Such an existence could crush her to death with just a few fingers. Zhu Xinyu bit her lips and quickly changed into a black set of clothes. She quietly touched the edge of the tent, wanting to mix into the chaotic crowd and flee in the whole mess. To her, this was the only possible way out. Who's the boss here? Come out! Huang Sanping shouted loudly as he glanced at the crowd beneath him with a contemptuous gaze. The man in charge was originally Zhu Ping, but Zhu Ping had been killed just an hour ago by Lin Ming, with not even his skeleton remaining. The guards that protected the commander didn't know, and only thought that their lord had disappeared somewhere, though they didn't know why or what he was doing. At this time, the entire army camp was in total confusion. With Zhu Ping dead, no one stood up. However, with this shout, the soldiers quickly realized that a vicious beast tide wasn't coming. Like this, they soon calmed down. Since Zhu Ping wasn't present, Lin Wanshan walked out. As he saw the cultivation of the several people in the sky, his heart thumped. If these people came here with ill intentions, and sure enough, one of them was a peak Hutian martial artist. He cupped his fists together and said, I wonder what brings several masters here. Is there a matter? You have a young girl here that came riding a golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. Where is she? As Huang Sanping spoke, he pointed to a corner of the army camp where a golden-winged heavenly wind eagle was lying. Lin Wanshan's eyes widened. These people most likely didn't have any good intentions looking for Lan Yi. However, this had nothing to do with them, and he didn't want to block this danger for Lan Yi. Lin Wanshan was about to tell them where Lan Yi was, when suddenly Huang Sanping's second uncle, Huang Xingxuan's eyebrows rose. He hoarsely said, Over there, she just touched my array formation. Hey! You want to run? Huang Sanping licked his lips and immediately directed his heavenly wind eagle towards where Zhu Xinyu was. When Zhu Xinyu touched the array formation, in that moment she paled, her entire body trembling. She knew that she had been discovered, and immediately turned to run back into the crowd. The army camp was huge, as it was able to hold 10,000 soldiers. In addition, it was night and she wore black traveling clothes, so it was easy to quietly mingle into the crowd, rushing through the tents. Like this, it wouldn't be easy to immediately find her. Haha, junior apprentice sister, if you keep hiding then I'll make my own move. Do you want these mortals to be buried along with you? Huang Sanping brazenly laughed, completely like a cat that was playing with a mouse. Everyone within the moon-seizing sect assumed that he and Zhu Xinyu were like a dragon and phoenix that loved each other. However, they didn't know that because of the struggle for resources, they had extremely bad relations with each other, to the point of hating the other. And now, he had brought masters with keen eyesight to look for his formerly haughty and lofty junior apprentice sister. There was nowhere to run for her, no way to escape. She was just like mouse scurrying through the streets. With this, his mind was incomparably comfortable, and he laughed with self-satisfaction. At this time, Lin Ming stood in the shadows and watched the four people in the air, silent. With his keen perception, he could see that the peak Hutian master whose entire body was covered in a black fog seemed to be injured. Even so, that peak Hutian master wasn't someone he could deal with. He and Zhu Xinyu weren't relatives, nor were they friends. There was no reason to risk his life against such a master in order to save her. But at this moment, a sobbing, tearful true essence sound transmission sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Sir Lin, I beg you to save me. If you save me, I have secrets of the moon-seizing sect on me. Save me and I'll share them with you. Chapter 337 Take Action. Chapter 337 Take Action. Chapter 337 Take Action. Millimeter. Secret. Lin Ming paused. The man in the bamboo hat had called Zhu Xinyu his junior apprentice sister a moment ago. From this, he knew that they were also from the moon-seizing sect. Now that the moon-seizing sect no longer existed, these surviving disciples began to eat each other. They were probably fighting over something, and it seemed to be this so-called secret. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black-shrouded man on the heavenly wind eagle. Lin Ming didn't immediately answer Ju Xinyu, because he simply wasn't a match for that black-shrouded man. Although that man had strength similar to the sludge monster, the difference between fighting that sludge monster and that black-shrouded man was immense. The sludge monster was a relatively immobile creature that, coupled with its huge size, was easy to strike with his thunderfire annihilation. But the black-shrouded man was different. Lin Ming might not even have the chance to strike. If Lin Ming used thunderfire annihilation at the highest level he could, it would instantly consume 60% of his true essence reserves. If he missed, he would no longer have the strength to resist. Not only that, but there was also a middle Hutian master standing near the black-shrouded man. Outside of the barrier array, there was also a late Hutian master controlling the array formation. These three great Hutian masters were at the middle, late, and peak stage. It was simply a full Hutian lineup. Against them, Lin Ming would absolutely lose. It's a pity that Qin Zia is still on his way. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any need to fear them. Lin Ming had a contemplative expression, when suddenly he heard the high-pitched cry of a bird, and a strong wind immediately blowing out. The golden-winged heavenly wind eagle had blown away a dozen nearby tents, and shot up into the sky. However, the person sitting on the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle wasn't Ju Xinyu, but was a small and wretched-looking man that was slyly smiling. He rode the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle towards Huang Sanping. As for Ju Xinyu, who had originally ridden the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, she was sent lurching forwards by the violent wind current. Looking at the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle fly towards Huang Sanping, Ju Xinyu paled. How could this be? She had wanted to rely on the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle to break through the barrier array formation and escape, but she never imagined that her mount would abandon her like this. Ha, junior apprentice sister Ju. The golden-winged heavenly wind eagle will listen to its handler. Give up. Obediently surrender to me, serve me, and I might let you live another day. Huang Sanping lasciviously smiled and then flicked his fingers. Several silver true essence threads shot towards Ju Xinyu. Pu. The silver true essence threads exploded. Although Ju Xinyu had managed to dodge most of the attacks, the explosive shockwaves sent her staggering, shredding most of her clothes. Junior apprentice sister Ju, you can also fall from the skies. You were once the top talent of the moon-seizing sect, all of the resources there were yours to enjoy, and that old idiot Shui you only had you as the apple of his eyes. Otherwise, how could I still be stuck at the peak pulse condensation period? I would have already broken through to the Hutian realm. Huang Sanping viciously smiled as his true essence attacks struck Ju Xinyu. Compared to her, he was 3 years older and his strength was naturally above Ju Xinyu's. After several attacks, Ju Xinyu was in a miserable state. On the side, Huang Zishuan hadn't moved, letting Huang Sanping recklessly attack. He knew that these past years, Huang Sanping had suffered from bias towards Ju Xinyu by the sect master Shui Yu, causing a simmering fire to burn in his heart. Now was the best time to let him give vent to this rage to clear his spirit. It would be advantageous to his future cultivation efforts. Bang! 2 thick true essence threads blew up, and a terrifying air blast sent all the soldiers around soaring backwards, spitting blood. The tents were blown up, and all sorts of weapons and armor were sent flying backwards. Countless people had been injured or crushed by the attack. But in the center of this strong explosion was an ice blue shield. This was the defense Ju Xinyu had summoned to block Huang Sanping's attack. Huang Sanping's eyebrows rose, and he smiled. I see that disciple Uncle Shui Yu and disciple Uncle Lan you both loved you so much, they gave you methods to save your own life? This is the sect's Earth Step defensive treasure, Blue Water Flower Curtain. Good. Once I cripple your cultivation, I'll be able to collect both a great treasure and my adorable little junior apprentice sister. Huang Sanping evilly smiled, and then extracted the blue moon treasure sword from his back. The long sword slashed out, and 3 sword energies cut forth. Bang! The blue water flower curtain shook, the curtain of light trembling. Although the Earth-step defensive treasure was formidable, it all depended on who used it. Ju Xinyu was only 18 years old. Her true essence was much thinner and weaker than Huang Sanping's. Sir Lin. Ju Xinyu was forced into a dead end. Her shaking voice was engulfed within the thunderous true essence explosion, slurred. Moon-seizing sect, once, top third-grade sect, had obtained. Netherworld Great Emperor. 72 shattered demon heart crystals, now, still 12 left over. My spatial ring has one. This shattered crystal can increase a Xiantian master's chances of breaking through to the Revolve Core realm. Sir Lin, rescue me. Shattered demon heart crystal? A miracle medicine that could help increase a Xiantian master's chances of reaching the Revolving Core realm? Lin Ming was stunned. He had never heard of this shattered demon heart crystal, but he knew who the Netherworld Great Emperor was. He was the top master of the South Horizon region that had ruled for over 1,000 years. Even including the entire Sky Spill continent, he was one of the top-ranked peerless emperor powerhouses. He had founded a sect on the level of a holy ground, Silent Demon Emperor City. But he committed all sorts of evil and atrocious deeds, killed boys and girls, and recklessly plundered talented women from all over. Finally, he moved on the daughter of an emperor of Sky Spill continent. Then he aroused the hatred and outrage from all over, and was finally killed by a collaborative effort of several of Sky Spill continent's emperors. Afterwards, some of his subordinates lived and fled far away to the South Sea where they founded their own sect, which was the current South Sea Demon region. When Silent Demon Emperor City had been wiped off the map, many sects from the South Horizon region had participated in the effort. At that time, the Moon-seizing sect was a top third-grade sect whose influence was even above Peacock Mountain. It wasn't strange that they would participate, and it was highly likely that they obtained some kind of treasure. For a legendary character like the Netherworld Great Emperor, anything that came from him would definitely be an extraordinary treasure. If there was a medicine that could help a Xiantian master reach the Revolving Core realm, then its value could be imagined. Perhaps. As Lin Ming realized a possibility, his heart began to race. The heaven-opening pill could help a Hutian master reach the Xiantian realm. But the shattered demon heart crystal could increase the chances of a Xiantian master successfully reaching the Revolving Core realm. Both of them were medicines that washed the muscles and marrow, and were top-quality medicines that could help one break through bottlenecks. If the heaven-opening pill could help him in tempering marrow, then wouldn't the medicinal efficacy of the shattered demon heart crystal be stronger? And wouldn't it be an even greater help for him to complete tempering marrow? Thinking this, Lin Ming's mind began to race. His breath became fast, and his eyes widened. This was a big opportunity that also came with a correspondingly big risk. With this great lucky chance before him, any life-threatening battle was worth the risk. But just because he was willing to take the risk didn't mean he should commit suicide. If he rushed out, he simply wasn't a match against that black-shrouded man. What should he do? Calm down, calm down. Under the effects of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming instantly calmed down, his breath becoming incomparably gentle and slow, as if he were one with the void. His eyes closed, his senses faded away, and his keen perception rushed out in all directions like a tide, searching for the only chance to save Ju Xinyu. When Lin Ming cut off his senses, he also cut off contact with Ju Xinyu. This caused Ju Xinyu's true essence sound transmission to no longer reach him. Lin. Sir Lin. Sir Lin. Ju Xinyu helplessly looked at Lin Ming, her true essence sound transmission unable to reach him. He had both eyes closed, and seemed to be ignoring her. Suddenly her heart plunged into the depths of despair. Looking at the indifferent Lin Ming, Ju Xinyu could only ruefully smile. Yes. Lin Ming was someone she had only met by chance. Why would he want to save her? To do so would put his life in great danger, and might even kill him. Even between husbands and wives, in a critical life and death situation, they might not help each other live. As the despair and hopeless anguish in her heart began to thicken, Ju Xinyu bit her lips and desperately supported the blue water flower curtain with all her strength. However, under Huang Sanping's constant and savage attacks, the blue water flower curtain gradually weakened, almost to the point of breaking apart. Ha ha, junior apprentice Sister Ju, I wonder how long you can last. Huang Sanping's hair crazily floated in the wind, his eyes crazed as he lifted his sword with both hands and jumped down from the heavenly wind eagle. He pointed his sword straight at Ju Xinyu. This blow would absolutely crush her blue water flower curtain. Ju Xinyu's lips flowed with blood, and her eyes contained a decisive and resolute color. At this moment, she no longer held any hope of living. She would rather die than let herself fall into Huang Sanping's hands. The sword in Ju Xinyu's hand began to vibrate, releasing a keening sound. Her eyes widened, and she revolved the true essence within her body to the limit. She was about to send out her strongest attack, when at this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded from beside her, and a dazzling purple lightning lit up the entire night sky. Ju Xinyu hadn't even had time to figure out just what had happened. She only saw a shadow fly past at the limit of speed, his entire body wreathed in flames and thunder, shooting forwards like a glorious meteor. This figure held a spear in his hand, directly thrusting towards Huang Sanping's chest. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and all of the noise and chaos around seemed to disappear. In Ju Xinyu's eyes, there was only a flash of flame and thunder. This figure that bathed in this heavenly thunder and fire with his long hair dancing in the wind seemed like a peerless god of war. Pinger! Huang Zishuan's expression gravely changed. This enemy attack was too sudden, and its speed was too fast. Even the peak Hutian master Huang Zishuan couldn't react in time. Who dares? Huang Zishuan shouted, and all of the black fog that surrounded him erupted outward. He slapped with his palm, and the black fog formed into a massive python, roaring towards Lin Ming. However, in his haste, Huang Zishuan had used the fastest move he could. But how could it compare with Lin Ming, who had gathered all of his potential in this one strike? Bang! The massive python burst apart, the purple comet spear rushed past. Damn! At this point, Huang Sanping was in an extremely dangerous situation. He abruptly changed his sword technique midway, and a blue sword fell on Lin Ming's spear in torrents. At this time, he didn't care about Lin Ming's cultivation, he only thought it was a sneak attack from a master. Ding 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 ding, the sword energies slammed into the vibrating azure true essence, all of them breaking at once. That spear light crossed 1,000 feet, unstoppable, crashing into Huang Sanping's chest. Puff! Huang Sanping had just been so insufferably arrogant with a thick fighting intent, but with the spear breaking through his chest, he vomited a mouthful of blood and organs, his body flying back like a ragdoll. Chapter 338 Speed of Life and Death. Chapter 338 Speed of Life and Death. Chapter 338 Speed of Life and Death. As Huang Zishuan saw Huang Sanping instantly suffer a major injury, his eyes turned red with rage. Scoundrel! I'll kill you. Now he would naturally kill Lin Ming first. However, just as Huang Zishuan's eyes lit with a grim light and he was about to use his master stroke, his complexion instantly changed. Huang Zishuan saw that another spear had appeared in Lin Ming's hand. As Lin Ming grasped the long spear, his body erupted with true essence, the energy circulating within him to the limit, 20,000 jins of human strength bursting forth. Su! The spear shot out, piercing forth like an arrow towards Huang Sanping. The air trembled, the wind howled, the power of his spear was enough to level a palace. Huang Zishuan's eyes were bloodshot. You scoundrel! I'll have you remember me. Huang Zishuan didn't have time to deal with Lin Ming right now. He launched his movement technique and had to chase after the spear. Otherwise, if the severely wounded Huang Sanping who had been put into a coma was struck, he would die without a doubt. Go! Lin Ming sank. He grabbed the stunned Ju Xinyu and rushed out of the camp. If Lin Ming wanted to rescue Ju Xinyu under the gaze of Huang Zishuan, this was the only way. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's speed, it was impossible to escape from Huang Zishuan while bringing someone else. He could only strike at Huang Sanping and force Huang Zishuan to save him. This was their only chance at survival. Where are you going? At this time, Lin Ming suddenly heard a shout from above him, and then the howling of sword energy. The man who attacked him was the man who had stood with Huang Zishuan, the Middle Hutian realm martial artist. This Middle Hutian martial artist felt that Lin Ming was strong, and only wanted to pin down Lin Ming and prevent him from escaping, letting Huang Zishuan return and kill Lin Ming himself. Thus, he had slashed out with a large amount of sword energy, wanting to force Lin Ming into a sieged position and blocking him from running. Out of my way! At this time, Lin Ming overflowed with killing intent. Whoever dared to stop him would die. He flicked his finger, the coiling dragon's steel needle howled. Boom boom boom! The sword energies were completely shattered. The coiling dragon's steel needle roared as it shot towards the middle Hutian martial artist, his complexion completely changed, paling. The man linked his hands together, and 5 true essence shields appeared before him. However, there was only a popping sound as the true essence shields blew up. When the last true essence shield was about to break, the coiling dragon steel needle exploded, purple thunder radiated out, and the man screamed. Half of his body was blown to bits, and he fell down from the sky. Lin Ming didn't even glance at him. Both of his feet moved at full speed towards the outside of the barrier array. After the coiling dragon steel needle had nearly killed the middle Hutian martial artist, it whistled as it caught up to Lin Ming, submerging back into his body. With the concept of wind fused into his movements, Lin Ming's body began to fly up. At that moment, Ju Xinyu only felt Lin Ming pulling up her hand, the whirring wind in her ears. She looked down to see that her feet were getting farther and farther away from the ground, and she was incredulous as in a brief moment, she was suddenly dozens of feet up in the air. After steadying her mind from the series of electric brilliancies that had made her dizzy, she finally realized that an impossible matter had occurred. We're flying up. How was this possible? Lin Ming could actually fly. This was clearly an ability that only a Xiantian master could have. In the chaos, Ju Xinyu no longer had any words to voice her thoughts. As she saw a great curtain of light approaching, her complexion changed. The barrier formation was ahead. Lin Ming's pupils narrowed. Although he didn't look back, his perception was already locked onto the black-shrouded man. This fellow had already rescued Huang Sanping, and was now chasing him. Time was extremely tight. If he stopped to attack the barrier array, even if it only took several breaths of time, the black-shrouded man would catch up. Boy, you cannot run away. As Huang Zishuan chased Lin Ming from behind, he saw with his own eyes as Lin Ming brought Ju Xinyu flying into the sky, and an inexplicable horror quickly passed over his face. What sort of rare flying treasure does this boy have? Humph, it doesn't matter. With the barrier array formation supported by third brother, it will take him time to break it. I'll capture this boy alive and take a good look at what secrets he has on his body. Sir Lin, in front. Seeing Lin Ming not even slow down as he approached the barrier array, Ju Xinyu's pretty face drained of all blood. She thought it was impossible that Lin Ming hadn't discovered the barrier array, but now it seemed that Lin Ming was even helplessly running into it. His speed was too quick. From the time that Ju Xinyu had felt that something was strange to the point that she spoke, it was already too late. Ah! Ju Xinyu screamed in panic as she closed both her eyes. At this speed, it was equal to crashing into the ground from thousands of feet high. If they didn't die, they would at least be severely wounded. Who? At the split second that Lin Ming and Ju Xinyu dashed into the barrier array, the space in front of them seemed to have a strange distortion. Lin Ming and Ju Xinyu flew through the barrier array like a swallow through smoke, rushing past, unimpeded. Close behind Lin Ming in hot pursuit, Huang Zishuan had been counting on the barrier array to stop Lin Ming. But now, his eyes widened as he stared at this scene before him. How was this possible? At this moment, on Lin Ming's back, Ju Xinyu had her eyes closed, and her face was pale as she screamed with all her might. A girl's scream contained a truly terrifying energy. She had screamed out for several breaths of times before she found that something was wrong. She opened her eyes and saw the surrounding scenery rapidly blurring. They had apparently already made it outside the army camp. They passed through the barrier array? She turned her head to look. The barrier array was truly behind them. What, how did this happen? Ju Xinyu was instantly placed in a confused state of mind. How had they managed to pass through? At first, Lin Ming had saved her from a nearly impossible situation from under the watchful eyes of Huang Zishuan. Then, they had flown into the sky without help from any tools or treasures, and now they had flown past the barrier array without any hindrance. As impossible events occurred one after another, Ju Xinyu was overwhelmed. She could only look in incredulity at Lin Ming's hand grabbing hers. From her angle, she could only see Lin Ming's profile. His face was expressionless. Whether she screamed or was turned silly, he remained unmoved, only rushing forwards. Through that entire series of life and death events that had caused Ju Xinyu's heart to stop one after another, Lin Ming had never lost his calm even once. His eyes that looked straight forward seemed to be as deep and profound as the stars in the night sky, giving off a sense of security and a feeling that he was someone she could rely on, as if he were an omnipotent being. At that moment, turbulent waves began to surge in Ju Xinyu's heart. Damn, why was the barrier array malfunctioning at this time? Just what is third brother doing? Huang Zishuan was enraged. He quickly attributed everything to a malfunction in the barrier array. His third brother was only the most basic and crude of array masters, but a situation in which there was a glitch in the array formation had never happened before. As Huang Zishuan cursed his third brother as an incompetent mess, he launched his movement technique and rushed forth, wanting to cross through the barrier array. This sort of shoddy array formation naturally didn't recognize individuals. If Huang Zishuan wanted to pass, he didn't need to destroy it, but he still had to put in a decent amount of effort. But now that the barrier array had failed, there was no need to waste so much time. He could directly rush through and save himself the effort. Dozens of feet passed in a fleeting second. Soon, as Huang Zishuan was about to break through the barrier array at full speed, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Millimeter. He tried to make an emergency stop, but there wasn't enough time. With a peng sound like a piece of pork slapping against a cutting board, Huang Zishuan collided solidly against the barrier array. His head was knocked into confusion, and even his intestines seemed to be scrambled. Seeing this, Ju Xinyu's eyes widened. She watched as Huang Zishuan struck the barrier array like a blind fly, spitting blood and limping down to the floor. Ju Xinyu's mouth widened in surprise. What happened to Huang Zishuan? Ju Xinyu wanted to take a good look at just how this unusual and fortunate change of events occurred, but Lin Ming was too fast. In a blink of an eye, Huang Zishuan had disappeared into the endless night, invisible. You idiot! Huang Zishuan was furious. He tossed back a bunch of healing pills and screamed out, "Third brother, you idiotic fool! Hurry up and remove the array, we'll catch up to him together." A high-pitched bird cry sounded out, and the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle shot into the sky. Huang Zishuan, the handler, the severely wounded Huang Sanping, Huang Zishuan's younger third brother, and a Hutian martial artist all leapt onto the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle together, chasing after Lin Ming. Heard the cry of the eagle, Ju Xinyu panicked. She had been wondering how Huang Zishuan had found her so quickly, and it seemed as if the truth lay within the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. Alas, this golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, which was her only means of transportation, as well as the beast that had protected her life, had actually become something that had almost killed her. Lin. Sir Lin, they're riding the golden wing. As Ju Xinyu worriedly spoke, she hadn't even finished when she suddenly shut up. Her eyes widened as she saw a massive dragon-shaped beast with a 60-foot wingspan and a long tail, its entire body covered in shimmering scales, fly up from a deep dark mountain valley. Its scales were like crimson fire, and its eyes were a deep glazed gold. Its teeth were sharp, and it gave off an aura that made one's heart race. This was clearly a winged red dragon. This is. Ju Xinyu gulped, her expression bitter. With the beast tide freely rampaging area, they had actually encountered such a high-grade vicious beast. This was normal, but for them to encounter such a beast at this time and have to fight it off, that was simply bad luck. Ju Xinyu didn't know what to do. But at this time, Lin Ming yanked her hand, throwing her straight towards the winged flood dragon. Roar! The base dragon roar resounded throughout the world, the clouds split in half. Ju Xinyu was stunned. Lin Ming stepped onto the back of the winged flood dragon, and then the winged flood dragon spread open its massive wings. It was like a flaming red feathered arrow, directly piercing into the dark blue sky. Ju Xinyu was speechless with horror. Now that she stepped onto the solid back of the red dragon beast, She could hear the howling of the wind and the terrifying roars of the beast, like a saber cutting through grass. Just by the wind buffeting against her, one could imagine how fast this red dragon beast was flying. This is Sir Lin's mount. It is a winged flood dragon. In the rush a moment ago, Ju Xinyu wasn't able to clearly recall the origins of this vicious beast. But when she calmed down a bit and had time to think, she suddenly remembered that she had read about this winged flood dragon in the ancient texts. Its value was at least 10 times higher than the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, and after growing up, it would be a vicious beast equal to a Xiantian master. She opened her mouth several times, but as she saw Lin Ming standing in front of her, a cold and indifferent expression on his face, she didn't know what to say. "What do you want to say?" Lin Ming suddenly turned his head, looking at Ju Xinyu. Chapter 339 Barren Mountain Dead End. Chapter 339 Barren Mountain Dead End. Chapter 339 Barren Mountain Dead End. Sir Lin. Ju Xinyu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something to Lin Ming, but in the end she didn't know what to say. "Sir Lin, is this your mount?" After asking this, Ju Xinyu was a bit embarrassed. This was a question with an obvious answer. She was just trying to find some way to open up a conversation. Lin Ming nodded. "Yes, its name is Kai Yang." "What a beautiful winged flood dragon. This is my first time seeing one. Before, I had only ever seen it in the ancient texts." Ju Xinyu looked at the fiery flame-colored wings of the winged flood dragon, a very fond look in her eyes. These long crimson feathers were truly gorgeous. "I heard that the winged flood dragon has the bloodline of the winged rain dragon, and that after growing up it can compare with a Xiantian powerhouse." Ju Xinyu's large eyes widened as she curiously stroked the winged flood dragon's cold and hard dragon scales. "Yes, but right now Kai Yang is only a child, so its strength is only at the middle Hutian, late Hutian realm. When Lin Ming had rescued Ju Xinyu a moment ago, he hadn't dared to summon the winged flood dragon early. He was afraid that the winged flood dragon would be blocked by the black-shrouded man or someone else. Also, with the winged flood dragon's strength, it wouldn't be easy for it to break through the barrier array. "That's right, Sir Lin, how did you pass through the barrier array?" This thought just popped into Ju Xinyu's mind. After so many inconceivable matters had occurred one after the other a moment ago, she wanted to ask why, but in the end she didn't because the questions she might ask would involve Lin Ming's secrets. Lin Ming casually explained, "The man who laid down the barrier array was an extremely amateurish array master, and I also happen to have a slight understanding of array formations. Normally, laying down such a massive array formation required at least a Xiantian cultivation. For instance, the 7 profound martial houses 10,000 killing array and 7 major killing arrays were all laid down by Xiantian masters. Huang Zishuan wasn't from the array faction, and his cultivation wasn't high. He had barely been able to lay down the array formation, so naturally it was full of flaws and holes. As for Lin Ming, he had inherited the memories of an array master from the realm of the gods, and he had also been able to point out many flaws in ancestor Kai Yang's 8 trigrams fire formation. Afterwards, he had even discussed array formations with ancestor Kai Yang for nearly an entire month. Ancestor Kai Yang's understanding and comprehension of array formations was naturally not something that a nobody like Huang Zishuan could compare with, or even something the 7 Profound Valleys array faction could compare with. Lin Ming had benefited a great deal from his talks with ancestor Kai Yang, gradually merging together the realm of the gods' array formation principles and those of Sky Spill continent. As for the current Lin Ming, although he hadn't yet laid down array formations himself, his understanding of the principles behind array formations had reached an extremely high level. After all, the theoretical cause of the realm of the gods' array formation techniques and Sky Spill continent's array formation techniques were the same. Just before they had escaped, Lin Ming had entered into the ethereal martial intent and was able to examine the barrier array. As he carefully studied the structure of the barrier array, he had found a significant flaw which had allowed him to successfully pass through. Otherwise, if he directly rushed through, even if Lin Ming understood array formation principles to a much greater degree, he wouldn't be able to break through the barrier array without pausing. Listening to Lin Ming's casual explanation, Ju Xinyu could only ruefully smile. Could this still only be considered as having a slight understanding of array formations? Although Huang Zishuan wasn't very accomplished in array formations, a barrier array couldn't be easily passed through as if it never existed. It could only be said that Lin Ming's degree of array formation understanding was on an equal level with Huang Zishuan. Zhu Xinyu was completely unable to imagine how Lin Ming could have such astonishing progress in his martial arts cultivation and also be skilled in the Tao of array formations at a tender age of 16. From ancient times until now, what array master hadn't spent dozens of years before finally being able to gain some accomplishments in the Tao of array formations? Zhu Xinyu could only sigh. Lin Ming's talent was already completely beyond her realm of understanding. At this point, Zhu Xinyu suddenly heard a vague eagle cry from behind. Her heart turned cold, and she looked back. Under the bright moon, against the inky jet-black night sky, there was a golden speck rapidly chasing them. Zhu Xinyu's heart jumped. She nervously said, "Sir Lin, they're chasing us." "Millimeter, I know." Lin Ming didn't look back. When that golden-winged heavenly wind eagle had been taken back by its handler, he had already expected this. The golden-winged heavenly wind eagle was several times faster than an ordinary heavenly wing eagle, and was a precious mount that had the bloodline of a saint beast. Its bloodline could be traced all the way back to the golden-winged rock. Although the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle's bloodline purity was much less than that of the winged flood dragon, the winged flood dragon that Lin Ming sat on was still a child. As for the moon-seizing sect's golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, it was in the prime of its life. Thus, the winged flood dragon had no advantage in terms of speed. "Sir Lin, what do we do?" Zhu Xinyu was already accustomed to relying on Lin Ming. After those matters that happened a while ago, they had given Zhu Xinyu a faint feeling that no matter what danger they would be in, Lin Ming would always have a way out. "We'll run away first, then figure it out." Lin Ming's reply was very cheeky. First he would leave the range of Green Mulberry City, so he wouldn't draw them into any possible calamity. As long as the winged flood dragon and the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle didn't have too great a difference in flying speed, everything would be much easier. Qin Zia wasn't too far off. If they could use a sound-transmitting talisman soon to find out where Qin Zia's location was and then fly to him, it would only take a few hours with the winged flood dragon's speed. After they reached Qin Zia, nothing would be a problem. At this moment, Zhu Xinyu was startled. She said, "Sir Lin, this is bad." They suddenly accelerated by a lot. "Millimeter?" Lin Ming turned back and glanced at the horizon. He saw that the figure of the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle had grown larger, and although it was still far away, he could see that the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle's body seemed to be colored in a touch of red. That's the golden acupuncture technique. They use a 3-foot-long needle that's as thick as a finger to stimulate the full potential of the golden wing, letting it break through to its speed limit. Zhu Xinyu clenched her teeth as she said this, her heart full of anger and hate. This technique would cause irreversible damage to the heavenly wind eagle, and if it continued flying for too long, it would exhaust its life force. Although the reason that Zhu Xinyu had ended up in this position was the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, in the end, the golden wing didn't differentiate between right or wrong, it just obeyed commands as it followed its instincts. It wasn't at fault. If there was someone to blame, it would be Huang Sanping for being too cruel. The golden-winged heavenly wind eagle became increasingly fast. In an instant, it had closed half of the gap between it and Lin Ming. Zhu Xinyu could even clearly make out the figures on the back of the golden wing. Huang Sanping's face was full of blood and hideous. Huang Sanping's cultivation was only at the peak pulse condensation period. Lin Ming had struck out with intent to kill, but his move was blocked by Huang Zishuan. Finally, he had only been able to severely wound him. When Huang Sanping woke up after eating many pills and medicines, he still had multiple broken bones, was covered with bruises, and even his meridians were damaged. Such a heavy injury couldn't be considered a debilitating disability that affected his future cultivation, but it was enough for him to stay home for several months. For those talents that seized every second and minute they could to cultivate, not being able to do so for such a long time was naturally a great loss. Now Huang Sanping wanted to capture Lin Ming and Zhu Xinyu alive and brutally cripple them, wasting their martial arts. He would torture Lin Ming until he begged for death, and then he would imprison Ju Xinyu, violating and abusing her. Only this would be able to assuage the hate in his heart. Because his anger had aggravated the true essence in his body, Huang Sanping gave a stuffy cough and almost spat blood. He took a pill from his spatial ring, swallowing it, then asking the small man, "Can you go faster?" The value of the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle was naturally not worth mentioning in comparison to Lin Ming and Ju Xinyu. Also, this was Sky Fortune Kingdom, the territory of the 7 profound valleys. If they didn't catch up to those two and they managed to find support, then everything would be much more difficult. Not possible. If I pierce the golden wing again, it won't be able to hold out. The small man held a long, cold needle in his hand. Under his feet, the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle's back was layered in red, and its golden feathers stood on end, shivering. "Pinger, don't worry. Up ahead is a barren mountain. Even if they have support, they won't arrive so quickly. As long as we can catch up to them before they reach the barren mountains, they won't be able to run away." Huang Zishuan's eyes shined with a cold light. He also loathed Lin Ming. "Second uncle, who is that boy? Do you know?" Huang Sanping asked. "I don't." Huang Zishuan shook his head. "But his cultivation isn't at the Hutian realm. He should be some large sect's genius disciple, most likely an Earthstep talent. If it's like this, then we definitely cannot let him leave. If we do, then I fear we won't have any place to safely go in the future." Huang Zishuan was sullen. He thought for a moment and said, "Or maybe our situation has already been revealed by him using a sound-transmitting talisman. We'll have to bet everything we have on this gamble. Our only chance is to succeed at all costs. After we obtain the resources, we'll leave the Divine Phoenix province and conceal our identities. With the resources of the moon-seizing sect, we'll be able to establish our own influence." As Huang Zishuan thought this, he felt the blood in his body accelerate. To be the founder of his own sect and become a sect master, just how thrilling and wonderful would that be? The wind whistled. Lin Ming had already ridden the winged flood dragon to the skies just before the barren mountains. This was a lone mountain range within Sky Fortune Kingdom. There was rarely anyone here. But their pursuers were getting closer and closer. If it continued like this, they would catch up in half an incense stick of time. Ju Xinyu stood behind Lin Ming and was also anxious as she saw the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle approach, but also felt a twinge of guilt. She looked at Lin Ming, her heart confused, and she said, "Sorry, I've put you in danger. There's nothing you need to apologize to me for. Lucky chances come with their own risks. This is a decision I made of my own will, I'm just doing what I need to do." "Oh," Ju Xinyu bit her lips and sighed in her heart. Although she felt grateful and guilty towards Lin Ming, hearing him say that he was just doing what he needed to do still made her heart feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Even she felt this feeling was ridiculous and didn't make any sense at all. Maybe it was because she was at the edge of death and was looking for some way to console her spirit, but she subconsciously didn't want this life and death experience to be because of what benefits they would offer each other. As Ju Xinyu thought this, she shook her head in self-deprecation. Chapter 340 Shattered Crystal Blood Diffusion. Chapter 340 Shattered Crystal Blood Diffusion. Chapter 340 Shattered Crystal Blood Diffusion. Lin Ming naturally didn't notice Ju Xinyu's young, girlish thoughts. He was only quickly thinking of a way to escape from this predicament. Once Huang Zishuan caught up, Ju Xinyu would die. As for him, facing an assault from a late Hutian master and a peak Hutian master, his odds weren't looking too great either. As for attacking Huang Zishuan's mount, if Lin Ming could attack the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, then the enemy could also attack his winged flood dragon. If Lin Ming wanted to compare his single attacks to the attacks of 3 Hutian masters against each other's mounts, he would be the one on the losing end. No matter how Lin Ming looked at things, he had been forced into an absolute dead end. Calm down, there's always a way out." Lin Ming completely relaxed his mind, and his breathing slowed down. He slowly thought about the possible escape methods and rejected them one at a time. It seemed as if there was only one road to walk. But walking down this road was also extremely dangerous. A single careless mistake and he would be beyond redemption. Lin Ming took a deep breath and soon decided. In the path of martial arts, there were already countless risks. In the 3,000 endless universes, there were countless lands like the Sky Spill continent, and innumerable geniuses. Yet, the number that managed to reach the peak of martial arts was actually very few. Even if they were like Lin Ming and others who had received a great fortuitous opportunity, if they didn't experience many risks and dangers, wanting to set foot on the peak of martial arts was just an idiot speaking nonsense. Lin Ming firmed his resolve, clenched his teeth, and said, "Miss Ju, I remember that you said before that the moon-seizing sect had obtained 72 shattered demon heart crystal shards, and there are still 12 left over. You have one in your spatial ring, right?" "Yes, that's right." Ju Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Tell me, what exactly is the shattered demon heart crystal?" Lin Ming's voice was low and rapid. Now that Huang Zishuan and his group had caught up to less than 10 miles away, it was time to drop all modesty. Ju Xinyu didn't know why Lin Ming would have the heart to care about this at this moment, but she quickly explained, 1,000 years ago in the Holy War to punish the demonic sect, the Southern Horizon region's allied armies invaded Silent Demon Emperor City, and the Netherworld Great Emperor was put to death by several Great Emperors. The Netherworld Great Emperor was a man who cultivated peerless devil arts, and when he died in battle, the demon heart in his body was shattered by one of those emperors. At that time, one of those demon heart crystal fragments was obtained by my moon-seizing sect sovereign. Afterwards, the sovereign returned to the sect and refined this demon heart fragment into 72 shattered demon heart crystals. Every piece of these shattered crystals contains a vast inherent energy, making them a top-quality miracle medicine. Take one, melt it with medicine and direct it into the body, and fuse it into the meridians and body points. Like this, it can help a Xiantian master break through to the revolving core realm. Help a Xiantian master break through to the revolving core realm. If it's really like you say, then why has the moon-seizing sect been in decline for the last 1,000 years? Lin Ming asked reasonably. Ju Xinyu said, when my moon-seizing sect participated in the demonic holy war 1,000 years ago, although we managed to obtain a shattered demon heart crystal, we also lost a massive number of masters, and even the sovereign of that time was extremely wounded. After returning to the sect, the sovereign went into life or death closed-door seclusion. However, he died before he was successful. My moon-seizing sect's legacy cultivation methods were never considered too good to begin with. In these past years, the fact that we could produce revolving core masters to guard the sect is all thanks to the shattered demon heart crystal. So that's how it is, I see now. I also have another question. You said that the shattered demon heart crystal needs a medicine to direct it into the body. What sort of medicine is that? Melt it with blood. As long as the shattered demon heart crystal is melted with one's own blood essence, they can directly swallow it into their bodies. Ju Xinyu spoke quickly. As the two were speaking, Huang Zishuan had already pulled in several miles closer. If he pulled closer again, he would enter into a sword's long-distance attack range. I understand. Can you show me your spatial ring's shattered demon heart crystal? Lin Ming suddenly stretched out his hand, his intent clear. Ju Xinyu bit her lips. Although this was her sect's most precious and valuable treasure, there was no reason in hesitating at this moment. She quickly took out a transparent crystal bottle from her spatial ring. Suspended in the center of this crystal bottle was a red sphere the size of a water drop. This was the shattered demon heart crystal. As soon as Lin Ming received the crystal bottle, his eyes narrowed. This small red crystal actually emitted a faint but ancient endless energy that made one's heart race. Just by this energy, Lin Ming could tell that Ju Xinyu's words weren't an exaggeration. At this time, Ju Xinyu seemed to suddenly realize something, and rapidly said, "Sir Lin, don't tell me you are planning to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal and then fight a final battle with Huang Zishuan. You absolutely cannot do this." "Why?" Lin Ming lifted his head to look at Ju Xinyu. Ju Xinyu urgently said, "Sir Lin, this medicine was meant to be taken by a Xiantian master. But you, Sir Lin, are only at the pulse condensation period. If you eat it, your body will blow up, killing you. Not only that, but even if it were a Xiantian master that swallowed this medicine, they would experience a truly painful and debilitating body-quenching process. During this time, not only would their strength not increase at all, but because of the disorder and chaos in their true essence, their combat strength would drop. I know. Lin Ming quietly replied. Everything that Ju Xinyu had said lined up with his expectations. In fact, most pills that increased one's cultivation were extremely violent and fiercely potent medicines that had the same effects as the shattered demon heart crystal. For instance, the heaven opening pill was the same too. In a top-quality pill, the energy contained within was vast and pure. In order to rein in and subdue this energy, one naturally had to struggle for it. When a martial artist was using their own true essence to struggle against the pill energy, their own combat strength would decrease in the meantime. Therefore, when a martial artist decided to take a pill like this, they had to find a safe place first. A sect's martial artist could choose to go into seclusion in an undisturbed chamber. As for other martial artists, they could ask a person they trusted to guard them. Lin Ming currently didn't have these choices, but he could create them. Second uncle, that is the shattered demon heart crystal. That slut, she actually gave it to an outsider. 4 to 5 miles away, with Huang Sanping's sharp eyesight, he could clearly see just what was in the crystal bottle. Huang Zishuan frowned. Don't worry, he won't swallow it unless he wants to commit suicide. Huang Zishuan wasn't worried that the shattered demon heart crystal would be eaten, he was only worried that it would be ruined, or even destroyed. Hurry up. Huang Zishuan's voice was ice cold. This boy. A cold light flashed in Huang Zishuan's eyes. He could only watch helplessly from several miles away as Lin Ming cut open his wrist, and dripped some blood into the crystal bottle. Second uncle, this boy knows he cannot keep the shattered demon heart crystal, so he wants to ruin it. Huang Sanping's eyes were red with fury. The shattered demon heart crystal had to diffuse into one's blood so it could be guided into the body. If it mixed with the blood essence of others, half of the shattered demon heart crystal would be ruined. He actually dares to ruin my moon-seizing sect's shattered demon heart crystal. I will waste this boy's martial arts. I'll cut him to pieces, and have him suffer an agonizingly slow death. Huang Sanping clenched his jaws as he spoke. Lin Ming watched as his blood flowed into the crystal bottle. As his bright red blood touched the shattered demon heart crystal, it immediately began to boil with excitement. Gu. As the blood roiled, the shattered demon heart crystal began to melt. Lin Ming watched in fascination as the shattered demon heart crystal and his blood began to fuse together, eventually becoming a viscous, syrupy liquid in the crystal bottle. Get ready, we're going down. As Lin Ming's voice fell, the winged flood dragon let out a roar and then plunged straight towards the vast barren mountain range. The golden-winged heavenly wind eagle followed right behind. In terms of body, the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle was several times larger than the winged flood dragon. From this distance, it looked just like a massive eagle that was hunting a small, red snake. At this time, Lin Ming was tranquil like the surface of a calm lake. He slowly took out the Dreamland Pearl from his spatial ring. This was his final hope. In that instant that the winged flood dragon touched the ground, Lin Ming held Ju Xinyu's hand and jumped down from its back. At that same time, he threw out the Dreamland Pearl. The Dreamland enchantment activated. Who? Lin Ming and Ju Xinyu were completely isolated from the outside world. Ju Xinyu suddenly felt as if a subtle change had occurred in her surroundings. It's an illusionary world. It can guarantee us safety for some time. Lin Ming calmly said. The Dreamland Pearl created a sealed-off Dreamland enchantment world. It was impossible for anyone below the Xiantian realm to break through. Naturally, it could block any attack from Huang Zishuan. However, it was impossible for the Dreamland enchantment to continue forever. As long as it was active, the enchantment would consume energy. At full energy, the Dreamland Pearl would be able to keep the enchantment up for an entire half-day. However, if it was under a sustained barrage of attacks, then it might last only 3 or 4 hours. These 3 to 4 hours were all the time Lin Ming had left. Huang Sanping was stunned silly as he saw Lin Ming and Ju Xinyu disappear. What happened? Where did they go? Humph, it's only an illusion, What an insignificant skill. Huang Zishuan closed his eyes and let his perception flow out. He easily discovered some unusual true essence fluctuations nearby. With his strength, it was easy for him to discover just where the Dreamland enchantment was. It's here. Huang Zishuan pointed towards a clearing. With his perception scanning the area, he was able to clearly sense a spherical enchantment of some sort, forming its own independent space. Haha, so it's like this. Huang Sanping grinned. He also felt the existence of the enchantment. It's just an illusion enchantment, isn't this like an ostrich burying its head in the sand? Third brother, break his array. Huang Zishuan didn't attack, instead letting his third brother do the work while he stood by, just in case Lin Ming decided to suddenly launch an attack or escape. Escaping into this enchantment was equal to a death wish. But then again, even if they didn't enter this enchantment, they would still die. The man who was called third brother looked 30 to 40 years old. His eyebrows were high, and the angles of his face were just like slanted scars. He took a thick saber in his hand, saber technique, wind chopper. This saber strike contained 70 to 80% of third brother's strength. An azure half-moon of saber energy roared out, slamming into the enchantment. Bang! The saber energy shattered. The enchantment only shook a little, without even the slightest bit of damage. Millimeter? The man named third brother was taken aback. Even Huang Zishuan knitted his eyebrows. The strength of this enchantment had exceeded his imagination. At this time, within the enchantment, Lin Ming was sitting cross-legged on a rock, unaware of all the fierce and violent attacks that were striking the enchantment from the outside. He took the crystal bottle of the shattered demon heart crystal that had been melted with his blood, and glanced at Ju Xinyu, whose entire face had blanched, saying, "Guard me, I will now begin to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal." Chapter 341 With effort, everything is possible. Chapter 341 With effort, everything is possible. Chapter 341 With effort, everything is possible. You want to absorb the shattered demon heart crystal under the protection of the enchantment world. Ju Xinyu was stunned. This was simply madness. Let alone an extraordinary medicine like the shattered demon heart crystal, even a top-level medicine like the heaven-opening pill usually required a martial artist to take multiple steps beforehand. They would bathe in incense, seal themselves off in a room, lay down layers of defensive array formations, enter into an absolute quiet where no one would dare to disturb them, and then finally revolve their power to swallow the pill. But Lin Ming was surrounded by wolves on all sides, each waiting for an opportunity to rip his throat out. The attacks from the outside were endless, and the enchantment wouldn't stop shaking, even the ground trembled. It was unknown just when the energy of the enchantment would run out. In this situation, Lin Ming, a boy with a mere pulse condensation cultivation, actually wanted to absorb the shattered demon heart crystal which only a Yantian master could swallow. Insanity. Madness. Sir Lin, how could you do this? This is suicide. Ju Xinyu was extremely anxious. There's no other way. Lin Ming flicked his fingers, and under the attraction of his soul force, the red liquid in the crystal bottle shot out, turning into a red sphere. How could Lin Ming not know that this decision was crazy? The shattered demon heart crystal was a completely unknown and unfamiliar medicine. He had no idea what total effects it would have if he swallowed it. Perhaps he might not be able to withstand the baptism of energy, and then blow up. Even if he could persist through that, the Dreamland enchantment would only last for a few hours. If he couldn't completely absorb the medicinal efficacy in a few hours, and then fully restore his combat strength, he would still die. Bang! With a loud crash, a terrifying explosion sounded from outside the enchantment, the ground suddenly shaking. Huang Zishuan had finally moved. Within the enchantment, Lin Ming could clearly see each and every action that Huang Zishuan took. This sort of oppressive feeling was just like a common mortal facing off against a tiger with only a soon-to-be broken pane of glass between them. Normally, a martial artist would never be able to calm their hearts and circulate their energy. If anything went wrong, they could be instantly overcome by their inner demons. But Lin Ming actually wanted to absorb the shattered demon heart crystal in this situation, and also needed to recover his combat strength within a few hours. Lin Ming stared at the red ball of liquid that exuded a faint and boundless energy. His mind moved, and the liquid ball split in half, one half drifting towards Lin Ming. As the red liquid closed in, Lin Ming could feel the blood through his entire body began to boil, as if it were being forcefully summoned upwards. This demonic blood had an amazingly evil aura. No matter how difficult the road ahead of me is, I believe, with effort, anything is possible. Shio. That melted half of the shattered demon heart crystal mixed with Lin Ming's blood shot into his mouth. As the red liquid entered, a sweet and metallic taste spread through his mouth. This was the taste of blood. Lin Ming closed his eyes, shut off his six senses, and immediately entered into the ethereal martial intent. Now, the explosions that rocked the earth below him no longer affected him at all. However, this ethereal state was only maintained for a mere 10 breaths of time, when he was interrupted by a severe pain pouring forth from his dantian, as if it were breaking in half. Roar. In Lin Ming's ears, he could hear a demonic cry sound like a thunderclap, as if it could split stone and dispel clouds. The roar shook Lin Ming's ears, and blood began to flow from his nose. What is this? Lin Ming was shocked. He clearly felt that the drop of the shattered demon heart crystal contained an enormous and terrifyingly overwhelming will. It blotted out the sky, obscuring the mountains and the seas. Were these the ruined thoughts left behind by the Netherworld Great Emperor? As this idea popped up, Lin Ming suddenly felt his mind shake. Bang! Lin Ming's consciousness was suddenly pulled back to his spiritual sea. There, in his mind, countless fragmented scenes appeared, each one of these extremely lifelike and real. Innumerable demons shot up into the sky from his spiritual sea. Their upper bodies were naked, and their skin had a grayish-blue metallic luster. Their bodies were corded with thick muscles, entangled in chains, and they held death scythes in their hands. Hoo hoo hoo! As the roars of these demons resounded, all of them suddenly rushed towards Lin Ming. But at this time, Lin Ming had been reborn into an ancient demon god. He held a large mountain axe in his hand, and he stood high in the sky. That axe was 10 feet long, and thicker than an arm. The axe head was over 3 feet wide, and the blade itself was a deep, blood red. It emitted a savage and violent energy, causing one's heart to race. Kill, kill, kill! The ancient demon god brandished that large axe, and chopped apart all those rushing demons with a single axe stroke. In that moment, limbs flew everywhere. Blood shot out to all corners of the land. Every time the ancient evil god killed a demon, he would drink its blood until its eyes went dark and lifeless. But in their wake, countless demons rushed up behind them. Demonic blood dyed the skies red. Was this ancient evil god the Netherworld Great Emperor? Lin Ming was startled. He had a strong feeling that what he was seeing wasn't just illusions, but true events that had occurred in the past. These were the memories of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Then what were these demons? Where did they come from? Why had this brutal war erupted? Just who was good, and who was evil? Ha 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 ha. Between the heavens and the earth, the Netherworld Great Emperor suddenly burst into wild laughter. His voice was magnificent and boundless, resounding through the universe. The skies broke apart, and a will that defied the heavens surged forth like a tsunami. The great axe pointed to the heavens, his foot stepped upon the earth. Within the universe, he alone ruled all. Bang! The demonic battlefield suddenly exploded. For a moment, Lin Ming thought that his spiritual sea had disintegrated. He suddenly opened both of his eyes to see that his clothes had all broken, and his entire body was dyed red with blood. At this moment, Ju Sinyu's beautiful face had already drained of blood. She didn't know what to do, but when she saw Lin Ming open his eyes, she was worried but also excited. Her voice shook as she said, "Sir Lin, Sir Lin." Lin Ming wanted to reply, but as he opened his mouth, all that came out was a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming finally understood the mystery behind the shattered demon heart crystal. At the same time that it contained a pure and terrifying energy, it also contained the remnants of the Netherworld Great Emperor's consciousness. Swallowing the shattered demon heart crystal meant that one had to withstand destruction of both the mind and the body. Outside the enchantment, Huang Zishuan and his entire group were attacking. The Dreamland enchantment began to tremble more and more, and the land which the enchantment was over was already turned to slag. However, Lin Ming simply wasn't in the mood to care about this. He felt as if his entire body was pinned down with 1,000 needles, and 10,000 sabers were twisted into his body. Even with Lin Ming's formidable will, this kind of pain was difficult to resist. It was enough to cause someone to want to kill themselves. He was like a sun-dried shrimp on the ground. Even his teeth had cracked a bit from him biting down too hard. Bang! Lin Ming's consciousness was once again thrown into chaos. The remnant thoughts of the Netherworld Great Emperor were like a tide that broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, wanting to wash away all. Normally, once a martial artist's body had been tortured to the extreme, and they wished to die, their spiritual protection would be incomparably fragile. When the shattered demon heart crystal's remnant consciousness rushed in at this moment, it was likely they would turn into an idiot. A peak Hutian master would absolutely not be able to withstand this dual attack. Thus, the shattered demon heart crystal was only barely able to be absorbed by someone who had a Xiantian cultivation. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the pulse condensation period. Under the attack of the Netherworld Great Emperor's remnant consciousness against his spiritual sea, even though he was extremely strong-willed, he still had a mind-splitting headache, and his ears bled profusely. Bang! 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 In a few breaths of times, it was unknown how many times Lin Ming had been bombarded by this remnant consciousness. Towering waves appeared in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, but he was still able to withstand it. The attack of the Netherworld Great Emperor's remnant conscious was the most dangerous phase for any martial artist that swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal. But for Lin Ming, it was more scary than truly dangerous. Before now, Lin Ming had already swallowed the memory fragments of 2 supreme elders from the realm of the gods. No matter how strong the Netherworld Great Emperor was, he simply wasn't comparable to the beings from the realm of the gods. Lin Minch clenched his teeth, and began to wear down the Netherworld Great Emperor's remnant consciousness with his own mind and soul. He was aware that if he wanted to absorb the energy from the shattered demon heart crystal, he first had to eliminate the Netherworld Great Emperor's remnant consciousness. The pain of soul force and consciousness wearing down on each other was unimaginable. It was worse than polishing a gaping bloody wound with sandpaper. This was true soul-rending pain. When Lin Ming had absorbed the memories of the 2 elders from the realm of the gods, he still hadn't experienced this greater pain. The supreme elders from the realm of the gods had, after all, only left behind a fragmented soul, without any self-consciousness, only a soul's instinct. As for the Netherworld Great Emperor, he had left behind a true remnant consciousness. To erase this cruel and heaven-defying ill was no easy matter. Time passed a second and a minute at a time. Lin Ming bled profusely from his head. As he fell over, even the rock underneath him was stained red with blood. If it wasn't for Lin Ming's blood vitality having been enhanced several times by entering the Sorcerer Pagoda, he would have already died from excessive blood loss. After an endless period of agony, Lin Ming finally stamped out the remnant consciousness left behind by the Netherworld Great Emperor. Thus, although the energy of the shattered demon heart crystal was still violent and unruly, without direction from the will of the Netherworld Great Emperor's thoughts, it could finally be moved around by Lin Ming. Tempering marrow. Lin Ming's mind echoed with this one thought as he did his best to revolve the chaotic virtues combat meridians technique to direct tempering marrow. He controlled the shattered demon heart crystal's energy and directed it into his skeleton. There wasn't much time left. At first, when Lin Ming had used the energy from the heaven-opening pill for tempering marrow, because his bone forging was too thorough and his bones were perfectly compact, it had been extremely difficult because it was as if they were made from stone. Like this, tempering marrow was not easy at all. Lin Ming had thought that it would also be extremely difficult to force the shattered demon heart crystal's energy into his bones, but he was wrong. The energy of the shattered demon heart crystal was like heavy mercury, seizing all opportunities to spread, invading at any chance. It was like a pointed cone that drilled into Lin Ming's dense skeleton, flowing towards the marrow. As the energy entered the marrow, Lin Ming felt as if his own marrow had been poured into a vat of boiling oil. What followed was an extremely harrowing marrow pain. Kai kai kai. The marrow impurities were burned away by the energy. This feeling was just like his marrow being tossed into a frying pan, all of the impurities being burned away. Lin Ming was soaked in sweat. This was the last step to absorbing the shattered demon heart crystal. In the throes of this excruciating pain, Lin Ming maintained his calm and collected thoughts. He realized that the energy from half of the shattered demon heart crystal wasn't nearly enough to help him complete tempering marrow. He had to make a choice. He could first temper a part of his body. Chapter 342 Marrow like golden soup. Chapter 342 Marrow like golden soup. Chapter 342 Marrow like golden soup. When Lin Ming had swallowed the heaven-opening pill, he had only been able to temper a portion of his right hand because of the limited medicinal efficacy. After tempering marrow, Lin Ming's right hand experienced a massive increase in defensive power and attack power. But, at most it was equal to another trump card. The overall increase in Lin Ming's total strength wasn't too great. This time, Lin Ming decided to use half of the energy to temper both of his hands, and the other half to temper his entire body. Only when his entire body had undergone tempering marrow would his overall strength rise. Pa pa pa. With a sound that was like firewood crackling in flames, Lin Ming grit his teeth and began to revolve the chaotic virtues combat meridians. The manic energy burned through the impurities of his marrow. This painful ache as if one's bones were being set on fire could be imagined. Lin Ming was supporting himself with his will alone. Once the energy had been swallowed into his body, it could only be refined. Failure meant immediate death. With the advancement of the tempering, a blackish-red color began to appear on Lin Ming's body, and a violent energy surged everywhere in his body. Lin Ming's body quickly heated to a scalding temperature, and blood seeped out from his pores, covering him in a shell of red blood, seeming as if it would tear like broken paper at the slightest touch. From the side, Ju Xinyu could only watch in shock. Where did Lin Ming resemble a human at this moment? He was like a fish that had been taken out from a pool of blood and then dried out over a fire. The fact that Lin Ming was alive right now was a miracle in itself. In fact, to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal at the pulse condensation period and still last for over half an hour and already surpassed the scope of Ju Xinyu's understanding. However, it didn't seem as if this miracle could continue. Lin Ming's breath was becoming increasingly faint, and whilst he had been painfully struggling before, his struggles were weakening, like a lamp that was almost out of oil. Finally, he stopped moving altogether, his expression frozen in time like a crimson sculpture. His twisted face looked like a suffering soul that had been nailed to an execution column in hell. Ju Xinyu's heart began to gradually sink. In this situation, it was meaningless even if Lin Ming survived. All of the blood in his body seemed to have been drained away. Lin Ming didn't even have strength anymore, not to mention his combat strength. If he was in a safe and secure room, with the support of many precious medicines and under the care of masters, Lin Ming might have been able to be reborn from this trial. For a mere pulse condensation period youth to swallow a shattered demon heart crystal and survive, his future achievements could be imagined. However, he wouldn't have this opportunity. He had chosen the wrong place and the wrong time to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal. Even with his talent, this was pushing it too far. Hong hong hong! Outside the Dreamland enchantment, the attacks of Huang Zishuan and his group began again. Ju Xinyu closed her eyes in anguish and took out a coldly shining dagger from her spatial ring. Ju Xinyu had been prepared for this from the time that Lin Ming had absorbed the shattered demon heart crystal. If Lin Ming died, she would commit suicide. If she fell into Huang Sanping's hands, her fate might be worse than death. The Dreamland enchantment began to shake more and more fiercely. In this half hour, Huang Zishuan had been waiting outside of the enchantment, never leaving. During this time period, they would bombard the enchantment every once in a while. Even though Ju Xinyu didn't understand anything about array formations or this enchantment, she was still able to see that the energy that supported the Dreamland enchantment was being continuously consumed. It probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. Ka. Because of the violent tremors, the ground under Ju Xinyu's feet had cracked, and the rocks had broken open. It looked no different than a crushed cookie. The violent storm of attacks lasted for another quarter hour and then died down. It was probably because Huang Zishuan feared he would consume too much energy, and even if he broke the enchantment, he wouldn't have the strength to stop Lin Ming from escaping. Thus, after every quarter hour of attacks, he would stop and sit down, meditating and restoring himself to his best battle state. Zhu Xinyu let out a long breath and turned to look at Lin Ming. She was surprised to see that with Lin Ming's terrifying appearance, he had stopped bleeding. It wasn't that his wounds had healed, but rather that he had reached the point where there was no more blood to flow. His skin blackened red and cracking, his blood charred into a shell of blood. It was like he had gone through the ancient torture of being sliced up and then tied to a blazing copper pillar. Only that method could mimic Lin Ming's miserable appearance at this time. If she hadn't been able to feel a faint, nearly invisible breath coming from Lin Ming, Zhu Xinyu would have thought that he already died. Zhu Xinyu's heart surged with waves of despair. She couldn't depend on Lin Ming. Although he had created a miracle and didn't die after swallowing the shattered demon heart crystal with his pulse condensation period cultivation for an hour, at present, how could he have the ability to fight? Zhu Xinyu stared at the dagger in her hands. She made her decision. When the enchantment broke, she would first kill Lin Ming, and then commit suicide. After all, the only reason that Lin Ming had ended up in this state was because of her. If she let Lin Ming fall into their hands, his death would be even more tragic. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Lin Ming seemed dead. Sitting on the broken rock, his eyes dull and lifeless, the only sign that he was alive was the weak fire of life that burned within him. From the outside, he didn't appear any different than a corpse that was charred in a fire. There wasn't even blood. But throughout Lin Ming's entire body, the marrow was slowly coated in a pale gold color. Energy tempering marrow. The moment that Lin Ming's blood had run dry, he had been surprised to find that the tempering marrow process became much easier. Because his blood was exhausted, the unforgettable pain had numbed his entire body. At this point where it was nearly impossible for him to direct the flow of true essence in his body, he found that the energy that tempered his marrows proceeded at a much smoother pace. Then, he realized that blood and marrow were originally intertwined. Marrow gave birth to blood, and blood fed the marrow, both of them dependent on each other. Thus, if one wanted to temper marrow, they had to change their blood first. It was only when the old blood was drained away, the marrow was tempered, and new blood regenerated, would it be the complete tempering marrow process. Therefore, Lin Ming no longer tried to stop his body's old blood from leaking, letting it cleanly flow out. As for Lin Ming, relying on his strong inner vitality, he was just barely able to maintain the fire of his life. As the eastern sky brightened in the dawn, the golden color of Lin Ming's marrow became increasingly rich, as if golden flakes were mixed within. Marrow like golden soup. At the moment that Lin Ming finished absorbing the medicinal efficacy of the shattered demon heart crystal, his new and improved marrow began to regenerate blood. With the rapid consumption of the origin energy within Lin Ming's body, new blood flowed unceasingly from his marrow. This new blood was incomparably thick and heavy, just like red mercury flowing in his blood vessels. Wherever this blood went, the wounds would rapidly heal. The recovery of Lin Ming's body and the production of new blood rapidly consumed Lin Ming's true essence. Although Lin Ming's true essence was extremely thick, over half of it was still used. However, after the true essence had been consumed to a certain point, the compressed true essence in the heretical god seed automatically released itself. The energy of the purple flood dragon divine thunder and the earth core crimson flame were also released along with it. The power of thunder and fire, especially the power of thunder, contained an extremely raw and vibrant force of life. Legends said that in the most ancient of times, when the infinite universe was in primal chaos, there was no life. It was only when thunder struck the ancient sea were the most primitive of life forms born. With the raw and lively power of thunder helping to complete the final tempering marrow process, a faint purple light appeared in the thick, new blood, as if lightning had fused into the blood. Lin Ming's body underwent many subtle changes. But, from all appearances, the fire of Lin Ming's life still seemed incomparably weak. His true essence had hidden within the heretical god seed. Aside from Lin Ming himself, no one else could feel this. Bang! Outside of the enchantment, Huang Zishuan and his group began another round of attacks. Huang Zishuan was already impatient. He hadn't expected that such a fragile-looking enchantment would actually be so tough. Second uncle, let's use our finishing blows together. We can't let this drag on any further. It's already been over 3 hours. If this continues much longer, reinforcements might arrive. When that happens, it will be extremely troublesome. Huang Zishuan hesitated. Before now he had always been staying his hand, in fear that even if he broke the enchantment, he would consume too much of his strength and wouldn't be able to grab Lin Ming. Now after so many repeated delays, he had gradually and finally lost his patience. It was just like Huang Sanping said. In the end, this was the territory of the 7 profound valleys, and that boy seemed to be some renowned genius from a sect. If they stayed here too long, a master might come to rescue him. All right, let's attack together. Huang Zishuan gave a clear, loud cough, and the black fog around his body began to thicken. His third brother and also that short, weak man also began to prepare their finishing blows. As they attacked together, their strike was like a brilliant comet that cut a shining bright path through the air, smashing into the dreamland enchantment. Bang! In the hazy dawn of the valley, a dazzling sun seemed to rise. The earth shook, and massive amounts of rocks and stones flew into the air. Several massive craters dozens of feet deep had appeared in the ground underneath the dreamland enchantment. The protective enchantment dramatically deformed, like a drifting boat riding massive waves in the high sea. All the rocks around the enchantment had broken, and Ju Sinyu's face was incomparably white, her forehead beaded with sweat. Try harder, Huang Sanping shouted. The one that had used the most effort here was him. After all, regardless of how much true essence he used, he still wouldn't be Lin Ming's match, so he was able to go all out. Huang Zishuan frowned. He ignored the energy in his body which was no longer at its optimum level, and grit his teeth as he released another powerful martial skill. Ka. With the sound of cracking glass, the dreamland enchantment that had withstood a massive barrage of attacks for a long time was finally nearly depleted of energy, visible cracks appearing on the barrier. Seeing these cracks, Ju Sinyu stopped breathing for a moment. No one wanted to die, especially her, since she still had a deep blood feud she wanted to settle. Under this enormous pressure, she clenched her teeth. The reason that she was persisting until the last moment was because she was waiting for some miracle to occur. Chapter 343 Broken Bones. Chapter 343 Broken Bones. Chapter 343 Broken Bones. However, now that 3 hours passed, Lin Ming's breath of life was almost at its end, and there was no master that accidentally passed by to save them. It seemed as if the god of death had cast his final judgment. Ju Sinyu bit her lip until it hurt, then she suddenly swiveled towards Lin Ming behind her, thrusting the coldly shining dagger she held into his chest. Pu. The dagger pierced through. Lin Ming was thrust back by the impact of Ju Sinyu's dagger. At that same time, with an explosion, the dreamland enchantment completely shattered. How could this happen? Ju Sinyu was shocked. This dagger of hers was a high-grade human step treasure. After she poured her true essence into it, she would be able to cut Lin Ming like a piece of tofu, especially since he didn't have any true essence protecting him. But as the dagger slid a third of the way through, it suddenly became stuck in his ribs. To stab, it would not stab through. To pull out, she could not pull it out. However, in this short delay, Ju Sinyu had already lost the chance to commit suicide. You want to die? It's not that easy. Huang Zishuan was like a ghost as he appeared near Ju Sinyu's side. His skinny hand grabbed Ju Sinyu's wrist, forcefully pinching, wringing the dagger out of her hand. At this time, a thick influx of true essence entered her body, directly sealing all of her meridians. With a sect peak pulse condensation martial artist and a sect peak Hutian martial artist, the difference between the two was just too great. Ah! Ju Sinyu screamed, her beautiful face paling. A thought emerged in her heart. Her true essence was sealed, she wouldn't even have the chance to alienate her meridians and kill herself. Haha, you whore, I wonder where you'll run off to this time? Huang Sanping contemptuously laughed, brazenly looking over Ju Sinyu's mature and fabulous figure, his eyes full of immoral and lascivious thoughts. Ever since he had been deprived of his status as the successor to the sect master, and then all the overwhelming amount of resources had also gone over to his junior apprentice sister, he had regarded her as a thorn in his side. Ever since then, he had wanted to lock her up, then completely humiliate and ravage her to no end. Junior apprentice sister, I was hoping for this day to come. Finally, you have fallen into my hands. Be relieved, I won't kill you. I don't know how many times I wished that I could lock you away, waste your martial arts, and plunder you daily. Huang Sanping greedily licked his lips. This was truly the most wonderful and greatest event ever. Naturally, as a genius of the moon-seizing sect, he had no lack of women swarming around him. But the woman in front of him was different. She was the one that was favored by the moon-seizing sect's sect master to be the future successor. Being able to ruin someone with Ju Xinyu status brought him a great deal of excitement and satisfaction. Ju Xinyu had lost all color. The situation had changed so quickly that she hadn't been able to react. How come the dagger hadn't pierced Lin Ming's heart, but had gotten stuck in his chest? Lin Ming's inner vitality was obviously incomparably weak, and he didn't even have 20% of his true essence left over, so how could he possibly have blocked her dagger? No, she no longer had the time to dwell on this. Thinking about the hellish future she would have to live, she only felt absolutely horrified. With her true essence sealed, she didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. As for biting her tongue to kill herself, even mortals wouldn't die, much less a martial artist. Millimeter? This fellow? Huang Sanping saw Lin Ming suddenly lying on the ground, a dagger stuck in his chest, and his eyes filled with puzzlement. How did he become like this? His entire body was a blackened red. This method of dying was truly tragic. What happened to this boy? Huang Sanping stopped appreciating Ju Xinyu's frightened expression as he shifted his attention to Lin Ming. He probably swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal. How stupid of him. Did he think he could rely on the shattered demon heart crystal to make a breakthrough in this final moment, and reverse the tables to kill us? Humph. Even if I swallow the shattered demon heart crystal, I will still die when my body explodes from the energy, Huang Zishuan sullenly said as he sneered. Mother f***. Huang Sanping flew into a rage as he heard this. This idiot. If he dies then he should die alone, but why does he have to touch my precious shattered demon heart crystal? F***ck. As Huang Sanping spoke, he suddenly realized something and then turned on to Ju Xinyu, his wicked eyes changing into those of a wild beast that wanted to take a bite out of its prey. You slut, why would you give him the shattered demon heart crystal? As he spoke, he grabbed Ju Xinyu's hair and viciously yanked, causing her to painfully scream. Slut. Slut. You dare help outsiders. I will let you know what it means to beg for death. Second uncle, break this slut's meridians first and ruin her martial arts, lest she cause any more trouble in the future. As Huang Sanping spoke, he discovered that Huang Zishuan stood there as if he hadn't heard him. Instead, his eyes were shifted onto Lin Ming. Huang Sanping looked down, and suddenly paused. He could feel a faint breath of life coming from Lin Ming's body. This boy hasn't died. He's like this, but he still has life. Huang Sanping said with surprise. Huang Zishuan frowned, then slowly said, to live up to now even after swallowing the shattered demon heart crystal is really a cause for surprise. Looking at his appearance, he should have already persisted for a long period of time, yet he hasn't died. Humph. He hasn't died. Even better. First I'll tear apart his hand and feet tendons, and then I'll save him. I want him to experience a life worse than death. Huang Sanping's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty elation. If Lin Ming had died so easily, it would be difficult to erase the hate in his heart. Huang Zishuan shook his head and said, it's useless. Since he swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal, he will die without a doubt. Even a Yantian master with insufficient cultivation will die, let alone this boy. Every moment he can live longer is fine. Huang Sanping grinned as he walked over, grabbing Lin Ming. First he would feed him some pills to sustain his life, then before anything else, he would slice Lin Ming's wrist and cut apart his wrist tendons. Pu. The saber stabbed down. But it didn't enter that deeply. The blade pierced down just a bit, cutting apart the blackish-red skin, then was stuck there as if it were mired, unable to enter any further. Millimeter? What happened? Huang Sanping frowned. He saw Lin Ming's skin began to rustle as it flaked away like dried scraps of paper being burned away by fire. Then, under that blackened exterior was tender flesh that seemed as if it were from a newborn baby. As Huang Sanping's blade attempted to cut into this tender pink flesh, it wasn't even able to leave behind a scar. Huang Sanping looked as if he saw a ghost while he watched this scene. But he didn't believe in superstitious nonsense. He kept slicing at Lin Ming's body, but each sword was only able to rub off the blackened red skin, revealing the incomparably soft skin underneath, without even a single blade scar left behind. Pinger, fall back. Huang Zishuan's expression changed. Something wasn't right. However, his voice hadn't even faded when it was too late. The entire scene suddenly charged. Lin Ming, who was lying like a corpse on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils colored with a deep glazed fold, thunder shooting out from his sharp gaze. Lin Ming glanced at the panic-stricken Huang Sanping with indifference in his eyes. Huang Sanping was someone who wouldn't be afraid even if he saw a corpse jump up from its grave. However, Lin Ming's gaze was too terrifying. It was just like the eyes of a death god, a callous apathy that froze the soul, causing anyone who saw it to shiver. Huang Sanping instantly paled. Pinger, hurry up and run. Huang Zishuan began to circulate the black fog that covered his body. In that moment, he had felt a terrifying killing intent from Lin Ming's body. He didn't know where this sudden burst of overwhelming vitality came from. How was this even the least bit like a dying man? He wanted to give a loud shout as a warning, however, it was too late. Lin Ming's right hand flashed atop of the horrified Huang Zishuan's palm, clenching down. Catcher. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in the mountain valley. This was especially clear in the extraordinarily silent morning dawn. Huang Sanping watched in helpless horror as his right hand was suddenly bent awkwardly, bones protruding from his wrist. For a time, he was silent, in complete disbelief at what just happened. Arth! Huang Sanping wailed in pain and desperation. At the same time, Huang Zishuan shot forward. Die! In a rush, he wasn't able to think about why Lin Ming didn't die, or how he had suddenly crushed Huang Sanping's bones. His sword thrust forth, directly towards Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming suddenly turned around, and his once silent true essence erupted like a volcano, along with the power of thunder and fire from the heretical god seed. Lin Ming's momentum had climbed to the extreme. Lin Ming's right hand flashed with the radiance of his azure true essence. He reached out and grabbed Huang Zishuan's sword. Kaka, Ji. To Huang Zishuan's imminent horror, Lin Ming had actually seized the sword with his bare heads, and twisted that high-grade human step treasure with the bare flesh of his palms. What? Huang Zishuan was in utter disbelief. Although Lin Ming's palm was enveloped in azure true essence, it was impossible for human flesh to warp a high-grade human treasure. There were martial artists who were masters at fist and palm fighting skills, but they all covered their hands with treasure gloves. Otherwise, how could the human body possibly compare to a treasure weapon? In that split second, Huang Zishuan could no longer reflect on this. As Lin Ming's right hand gripped the treasure sword, his left hand formed a fist. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. An immense and brutal vibrating true essence erupted forth like a massive tsunami. In that moment, Huang Zishuan felt like his own body was a single leaf in a giant hurricane. He could be torn apart at any time. In this critical moment, Huang Zishuan gave a loud shot, and true essence in his body revolved to the limit, transforming into a sharp sword light that collided with Lin Ming's fist. Catcher. The sword light was smashed to pieces and Huang Zishuan flipped backwards like a broken kite, the blood in his body surging. He barely managed to keep his balance as he dropped to the ground, forced to take several steps back. His face was colored with dread. It wasn't only Huang Zishuan, but the eagle handler, and the third brother also had a complete change in their complexion. Just what had happened? How had Lin Ming, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, suddenly revived? Where did the true essence in his body come from? And the most startled was Ju Xinyu. She was the one who had stayed together with Lin Ming this entire time, and was able to see the physical changes of his body. She had seen more than half of Lin Ming's true essence leave his body, and the fire of his life become incomparably weak. Where did this terrifying strength come from? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.